Good morning. Today is December the 5th, 2024. The time is 9:02, almost 9:03 in the morning. We're at the headquarters for the DOC. This is the board, the panel that's going to be hearing all of the parole requests today. My name is Steve Prater. I'll be acting as chairman. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And the staff here, if you would introduce yourselves, please.
Jasmine Thompson, Sherelle Haybright, Carla Williams.
Okay, thank y'all. And we're here today. Our first case is going to be at, let's see, Hunt Correctional. And we're going to be dealing with Mr. Raymond Calhoun. Is that correct? Are you Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could the staff or anybody from Hunt, would you introduce yourself, please?
Ward, Tim Overford, Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Okay, thank y'all for accommodating us today. We appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Calhoun, today what we're going to do, I'll explain the process quickly. And the process is going to be that we're going to give you a chance to state to us why you feel like that you're deserving of a parole. And then after you get through, we'll go to your supporters that will be Zooming in. I don't know where Kimberly is, if that's a Zoom call or whatever. But anyway, we'll have Christopher Lecce, Michael Calhoun, and Kimberly Bigner. And then we will turn to the opposition, and we'll have three speakers and an assistant district attorney that will be speaking in opposition. And they are here at headquarters, except for the assistant district attorney who will be Zooming. Then the board will ask questions, then the board will vote. And that's how the process goes. You got any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay, now's your chance, Mr. Calhoun, to tell us why you feel like you're deserving of a parole.
But first of all, over the 10 years of my incarceration, I'm not the same person that I used to be 10 years ago. I know I did a horrible crime, and once I came to Hunt's, I involved myself as much as I can in the classes that they provide. First, I started enrolling in the sex offender class, risk management, which I completed all four phases. Once I finished that, I enrolled into the VOTEC class, which I have 2 certifications through Baton Rouge Community College in air conditioner and refrigeration. And NCCR, I have a certification through air conditioner refrigeration. I involved myself into the Christian community. I became a Christian in 2019. I joined the Catholic Church. I involved myself into the Catholic community. After that, I started taking all my self-help classes. I took pre-release. I took anger, living in balance, and then I'm involved with the Veterans Mentor Leadership Program that's housed here. I've been with that program for 6 years. Through that program, I learned I took several classes, including anger management, leadership skills, communication skills, relapse recovery, addiction recovery. And also through that program, I involved myself in community service through sandbagging at this facility for the hurricanes. I get involved myself in as much as I can to better myself. And the one class that I took was most important to me is I took victim impact. I mean, what I learned in that class is what my crime did impacted my victims' family, not just emotionally, but physically, financially, and spiritually. And what I've done, I'm deeply remorse. And if I had the chance to be paroled, I would better myself in that community, continue to better myself in society, because I am not that person that I used to be 10 years ago. And I'm a changed person, sir. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for those words. We appreciate it. Now we'll move on to Mr. Christopher Leach. Christopher, would you say your last name for me, please? Christopher? You're on mute there. Try it again.
All right, there I go. I'm off. Yeah, my last name is pronounced Lease.
Okay. All right, Christopher, go ahead and tell us what you want to say.
All right, so I'm in favor.
Okay, I was gonna say before you get started, because we have so many speakers, then we divide them up the amount of time. And so if you would keep your remarks as succinct as possible.
Yes, sir. So I'm in favor of Mr. Calhoun getting released on parole. I didn't know Mr. Calhoun before he was incarcerated, but I know the man he is today. I met him at Elaine Hunt. I was incarcerated there for 10 years. And we were both involved heavily in the Catholic Community Music Association, and also the HVAC trades. If he's able to get released, and y'all grant him the opportunity for parole, I believe he'll have no trouble finding a job. I will assist him in that. I work in the refrigeration industry and have multiple contacts with different employers that can definitely facilitate in getting him a job. I'd like to see this man have a second chance. I believe in second chances, and I'm sure as Warden Hooper can attest to, second chances can be life-changing, and I'm living proof of that. So I would like for Mr. Calhoun to be granted parole today, and I appreciate y'all for hearing his case today.
Okay.
That's all I got. Thank y'all.
Thank you for zooming in and saying that about your friend. Michael
Yes,
Calhoun. Michael Calhoun, you're next, please. Mr. Calhoun.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, first off, I want to tell y'all thank you for allowing me to speak on his behalf and giving him the opportunity to apply for parole. I appreciate that of y'all. Over the past 10 years, it's been pretty rough seeing him incarcerated. We've gone through as a family, a lot of stuff. Most recently, the loss of my father in May of this past year, in which it was tough, dealing with that loss without having him around with it to help deal with it. Over the past 10 years while he's been incarcerated, I've seen a change in him. He's become more active in the Catholic Church, or now he is in the Catholic Church. And he's done his classes and stuff, and visiting with him while he's been incarcerated, I can really tell a difference in him. Our mother is real sick right now as well too, so I'd like for him to be there if something was to happen to her. She's currently in a nursing home, and she's not able to visit him or see him or even speak to him right now. So it'd be really nice. I think he's a changed individual, to have him back in society, to be productive and to right the wrongs of his past. I think he's paid his debt to society. I think he's done everything that they've asked him to do while he's been incarcerated. So that's really all I got to say. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on his behalf.
Okay, Michael, thank you for zooming in and saying that about your brother. I'm sorry about your father and your mother.
Thank you, sir.
There. Kimberly Bigner.
Yes, thank you.
Friend.
Yes. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I just want to say I have known Raymond since 2006, prior to any of these troubles that he had. And just keeping in touch with him throughout his incarceration, I can say that he is definitely a better person, and he has learned from his mistakes and understands the severity of what he did and has really done what he can to do better. And I do feel that he would be great to, be released and be able to have a second chance, and be a productive member of society.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kimberly, for talking to the board, and we'll take your comments into consideration when we get ready to vote. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on now to the those in opposition, and the ones in opposition that will be speaking that are here at headquarters. The first is Bailey Palmer. Would you like to speak first? Would that be okay with you? Okay, Bailey Palmer in opposition. Yes, ma'am, that'd be fine.
Mr. Raymond Calhoun, from the ages of 9 to 11, decided to anally rape me on a frequent basis, vaginally rape me on a frequent basis. Due to the vaginal rape, I now have a condition called endometriosis, which is scar tissue that grows all over my uterus. Everyone is saying that he deserves a second chance, and I don't believe that. I don't get a second chance at my innocence. I don't get a second chance at me not having nightmares when I sleep. I fight so bad in my sleep that it scares me. I wake up screaming because whenever I was asleep, I was not safe from Raymond Calhoun touching me. I would wake up to him raping me frequently. Mr. Raymond Calhoun forced alcohol down my throat, forced me to do drugs occasionally. I am 21 and it has been 10 years since he has last touched me, and I still remember it vividly. Every time I close my eyes, I get to see that all over again. My innocence being taken from me. I do not believe he deserves parole. I don't get a second chance at that. I don't get a second chance at my university. And I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for appearing before us. I know that's very difficult, and we appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Okay, Miss Garrett Palmer, Mr. Garrett Palmer. Yes. Yes.
Yes, witness that I can see right now. I do feel that there are a lot of underlying issues and she needs not to be opinion. Raped as a child, there was a place where I can get a lot of negotiating. Even if he has learned about resentment of something, so more time. And jail was something that was that he would actually be able to smell when we forgot his mistakes and recently. So we should be and it's part of the issue.
Thank you. I know it's difficult being here, like I told you, sister, and anyway, thank you for your words. We take them very seriously, and we're sorry for everything that's occurred. Okay, Miss Layla Thompson, mother, would you speak to us, please?
Thank y'all for allowing us to speak on this. I did know Raymond before all of this happened, and I can tell you that everyone who ever met him thought that he was a great, wonderful person. And I do believe that he has that same guise on account, that he is making these people believe that he has changed and that he can do great into the world. I don't believe it for a second. We thought he was great, and he still did these things. Anyone I believe that can do this to a child, I'm talking a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old child. My son is high function autism. He took the plea bargain of 20 years. This man should be serving life in prison for his crimes that he committed. 20 years is nothing compared to the lifetime of hurt and pain that my family is going through, our children especially. He can lie like no other. He made me believe that my children were safe with him, and I have another child with this man. Every day we live this. Every day, and I believe 20 years, he can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that very much. Okay, we have the Assistant District Attorney, 21st JDC, Matthew Belser. Is Matthew on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you, members of the panel. Like I said, my name is Matthew Belser. I was the prosecutor who handled the case against Mr. Calhoun. I've been a child abuse prosecutor for 14 years now, and Mr. Calhoun's case is one of those that has always stood out to me. I know he speaks about being his faith, his Catholic faith, but one of the things that stands out to me in his comments is he makes no mention of any kind of penance. And sometimes, as a minister myself, I'm all for second chances. I do believe people can change, but I have not heard that in Mr. Calhoun's words. And sometimes the harm that has been done is too great to overcome that. And part of the penance that someone has to deal with is accepting those natural and legal consequences to their crime. As Bailey and Garrett both kind of mentioned in their statements, and I just want to say I'm very proud of them to see them have the strength to stand up. But they don't get a second chance at their childhood. That's what I'm talking about when I say that sometimes the harm is too great. And what about the help for the victims? Most of what he spoke about was his help for himself, self-help, but nothing about them. The thing that has stood out to me with Mr. Calhoun's crime is when you look at the facts of his case, the grooming process that occurred escalated very quickly from a inappropriate touching to full-blown intercourse. That happened very quickly. That was always something that stood out to me. The fact that his victims were of opposite sexes, that has always stood out to me. In addition, the manipulation that he did, because you not only saw grooming of the kids themselves, but grooming of the family and others there that were involved. And all of those things are warning signs that we pay attention to when it comes to prosecution and dealing with these kinds of crimes. All of these are warning signs to me and red flags saying this man is a predator and the state opposes his parole.
Thank you very much and appreciate those words. We'll take them into consideration also. For purposes of the record, Tamika White and Michelle Sparks are also in opposition, as is Ethan Cockerham, who is here with us today, although they're not going to speak. Okay, before we have our questions, and I should have done this probably after Mr. Calhoun originally spoke, but Warden, we're very interested in his behavior. I know you can't speak of the crime or what he did before he got there, but how is his behavior and attitudes and all that you and your staff have reflected on there?
Basically, like you said, he has 0 disciplinary reports since he's been here, and he is a mentor in the INVEST program. Other than that, we have nothing else to add.
Thank you, Warden. We appreciate it. We appreciate that very much. This case, although we all study them very, very diligently, all three of us, one of us leads in the questioning and votes first. In this particular case, it's me that votes. Mr. Calhoun, I appreciate all that you've done. I appreciate the fact that you've gotten close to the Lord and working so diligently with the Catholic Church and all the programming that you've been through. I've heard from the supporters, I've heard from the victim, I've read your file, and I've heard from you and the warden. So I really don't have any questions. I'll turn to my board. Do y'all have any questions? Mr. Barron, you got any questions? Do you have any questions?
No, I'm just glad that we were able to hear from all the victims and the other side of the story concerning this, because that was very important too.
Okay, it's my turn to vote, and Mr. Calhoun, I know you're working hard and all of that, and I think you need to continue working hard. I think because of the seriousness of this case, because of the victim opposition, because of law enforcement, Attorney General and the DA being opposed to it. I think only serving half of your sentence on such an egregious crime is not appropriate. My vote is that you be denied parole. Ms. Stapleton?
I agree with Mr. Prater. You made a plea bargain for 20 years versus the life that you would have gotten had it, been charged. So, you got a break on this. So my vote is to deny.
And I vote to deny for the same reasons as my colleague.
Okay, that concludes this hearing. It's 9:23 in the morning into this hearing, and we appreciate you accommodating us there, Mr. Ward.
Thank y'all.
Okay, good morning. This is the Committee on Parole, and we're meeting this morning. It's the December the 5th of 2024. The time is 9:32. We're at headquarters in Baton Rouge. We've already introduced ourselves as far as the staff goes, but just so that you will know, Mr. Forrest, my name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman this morning. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And we're going to be the ones that will determine if you're able to be paroled this morning or not. We have no one that's going to be speaking on your behalf. We have several people that are here at headquarters that are going to be speaking in opposition to you getting out. The way that we do this normally is that we go ahead and get started with you. We're giving your thoughts, and then the warden and his staff will give their thoughts, and then we'll move on to the board. We'll move on to the opposition and the supporters, then the board. But let's go ahead and start right now. Warden, before we do, would you introduce your staff that's there?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brady, good morning, everyone. I'm Warden Marcus Myers.
Deputy Warden Stephen Bourbon.
Deputy Warden Ricky Shinver.
Raymond Heath Classification.
Melissa Joshua Records.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think we're going to be with y'all all morning. So we appreciate you accommodating us and everything that you do to make things go smoothly or flow smoothly or whatever the word might be. Mr. Forrest, now it's your turn. You've been in jail for quite a while, and we need to know just exactly why do you think that you're deserving of being paroled?
Well, sir, to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm ready, because I'm going through a lot of things right now. I take responsibility for my wrongdoing. I take the full responsibility because I was raised with the family members of the boy I killed, Harold Jerome. And the class victim impact teaches me that to share everything I know about it. That's what I'm going to do if I make parole. Teach other people not to do what I did, other children to do what I did. And my mama teach Sunday school and help them share the truth the way I supposed to. And I made a bad decision. And it cost me 30 years. I accept all the responsibility of my wrongdoing. And be a productive person in society once again. That's all I got to share.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your remarks there, Mr. Forrest. Warden, would you tell us what kind of fellow he's been?
Well, Mr. Prater, as always, I conducted an interview with Donald yesterday before the hearing. I like to talk to them, sit down and get a feel for them, go through their record with them, tell them the good and bad I see. And, I'll be honest with you, one of my first ones, he was not very receptive to the meeting. He wasn't receptive to the recommendations I have for him, which is, I believe he needs his GED. He has not accomplished that in all these years. I recommended anger management for him, and he resisted that. And he basically, what he just told you, he said he wasn't ready, and I agree with him. So, I don't have a whole lot to say. It doesn't seem like he's ready yet. I hope that he considers my recommendations. I hope he changes his mind, and I hope he, begins a better path. But right now, I don't believe today's that day. So that's my comments.
Okay, thank you, Warden. I appreciate that. Now we'll turn to the victim to give y'all a chance to speak. You can make yours as succinct and brief as you would like, but I want you to have your data express exactly what you want to. So the first person I'm going to call is going to be the victim's mother, Miss Darlene Drake. Miss Drake, would you tell us what's on your mind? Go to the podium and speak to us, please. Good morning.
I don't think should be released. My mother used to be down. I used to have and when Donald took my child away from me on that day, he walked past my child 5 times. He shot my child in the chest. My child was in shit. He said, man, you tripping. And he ran.
Mr. Prater. Mr. Prater. I'm sorry, Mr. Prater, but we can't hear her very well, and I think he probably needs to hear this.
Yes, sir. Thank you for interrupting us, Ward. Staff, what can we do?
You can stay close.
Yes, ma'am, you can, right, come as far, right there. And we'll make ourselves, can you see it?
As long as I can hear.
Yes, good.
My baby was at the store. He ordered a sandwich. And Donald walked past my child, walked past my child, walked past my child, walked past my child. Every time he walked past him, he shot him in the chest. And my child grabbed his chest and he said, man, you tripping. And he ran. And Donald ran behind him. And he shot my child down like a stray dog. For no reason. And to this day, it hurts. But it's so my child didn't even get a chance to see his child make his first step. Harold Jr. was on it 6-7 months when he took my baby away from me. And please, I beg of y'all, do not, please, for him not to be released. I don't think he deserved it at all. Because he did not give my child a second chance. And to this day, he have never tried to reach out to us to tell us nothing. I don't even know why he did what he did. To this day, I don't know why. He never tried to contact me or no one in my family to tell us why it happened. Even if he didn't say, he never tried to apologize at all. And it hurts. It hurts. I was in Liberia at the time. And when I got the phone call and they say who did it, I couldn't believe it for nothing in the world. Donald's parents, Donald lived here and we lived here all our life. He used to be homeless. My mom used to feed him every day. My mom would feed him. And like I say, he never tried to apologize to me for reason why he took my baby. And I beg y'all, please do not release him. I think he's ready to be released.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. Sorry you had to go through that again and had to come down here and talk to us. Miss Tanisha Smith, victim's aunt.
Stand here.
Why don't you come forward? Why don't you come forward too? And before you start, let's position you where right there.
So they can see you.
Okay, is that staff? Does that look good? Yes, ma'am. Let's try that. We'll work on the optics later.
I'm Tanisha Smith. I'm Harold's paternal aunt. This has been quite a journey of life without him. Imagine I was a police officer at the time for the New Orleans police and getting a call while I'm out protecting and serving the city of New Orleans that my nephew has been gunned down the very streets that I'm protecting. I didn't realize till this morning that I had been holding that in all that time because being a police officer, you don't always get to process things because you're right back to the same thing again, especially in a city like New Orleans. And today I realized I've been holding in that pain, that feeling of guilt that I wasn't there to protect my nephew the way I've done for other people. So I would love for you to take what his mother is saying and he stayed. The time that we've been without Harold is a long time. However, we still have a lifetime to go without him. And that's carrying that pain every single day. Thank you.
Thank you for your words and thank you for your service. We appreciate that. We'll take those to heart also. All right, the final person to speak is Ms. Trinae Thompson. Ms. Thompson, I'm probably said your name wrong, but I'm famous for that.
You did good.
I'm closer. There
There you go, perfect.
I'm Harold's only sister. My mom born 3 kids. Older brother himself, and then Bird, my little brother. That day when they called and said that he had just been shot, they called right back and said he was already headed to the hospital. But I told my husband to bring me to the scene, even because I knew that he was actually just waiting for me, because in situations I always had his back, he always had mine. Bird was a protector, he was a loyal person, loyal to his dad, and thing that Mr. Donald could give us that he won't, and he didn't give us that day. He may not even have to spend the time that he's spending if he will be honest about why he did it. Who put him up to doing it, because he's not the man who he had no reason to do it besides someone telling him to do it or paying him to do it. For whatever reason unknown. And like my mother said, she wanted answers and he never gave us that to this day. Even an apology. When Mr. Donald was sentenced to time in prison, he passed my mother and us, our family, and made a statement that at least I still have my life, you know. Harsh is that to tell her, because again, he have had birthdays, he have had Christmases, he have had celebrations. And even though he's in prison, but we don't have my brother, like he's saying, and he knew that. And even to have remorse to this day for that, he have not apologized for that statement that we had to live with, that he still have his life, my brother no longer have his. I do believe in redemption, I believe in second chances. But Mr. Donald made clear that he don't need that right now, because when you say that, it means that you're not redeemed. You may do that again. Your heart is bad, and I think that that he should not be released at this time. Not at this time. I do want y'all to know that my brother was the guy who just moved out of town, and he only was in town for just a day, and Mr. Donald took his life. He was only in town to do something that was important, go to court and go back out of town. And he didn't get a chance to change his life, to do a better life for his son that he didn't get to raise. So we do ask that you would consider our family and the fact that Mr. Donald is not remorseful. As we can see, he only, want a chance to take care of what he wanted to take care of, but not give my mother the answers that she deserving of. And that is why he took my brother's life. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your words. I know it's difficult, all of y'all coming down here and talking to us, but it's much appreciated. It's very impactful. Sorry it happened. Also with us, but not to speak, just for the record, Laurie Jerome, Gabriel Jerome, Yolanda Cardrish, and Josiah Thompson are here, but not to speak. Okay, that concludes the comments that we had. No one was for, and those were in opposition. Now, Mr. Forrest, it's time for the board. This particular yours comes before me. I studied yours, as we all did, and I'm the one that's going to ask you questions. And Mr. Forrest, I got no questions. Okay. Board, do y'all have any questions?
No, I think he answered all the questions I got when he said he really didn't care.
I got a question. Why did you shoot Mr. Jerome? That seems to be what everybody wants to know, and I want to know too. Why did you shoot him?
He draw the gun on me. To shoot me.
That's not in the.
We had an argument. That morning, but that was on me. If I just kept quiet, it wouldn't have went that far. But we had an argument. It's easy to me to kill him.
Also, in the police report, it says after being shown the video, because the shooting was on video, after being shown a video of you shooting Mr. Jerome, you stated that you deserved an Academy Award for shooting the victim in such a manner. You still think you deserve an Academy Award?
I did not say that. The detective said that, not me. I ain't say nothing of assault.
So basically, you're saying the police report is all wrong, pretty much.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Y'all got my statement. I gave a statement too. I took
Okay.
my charge. I took my charge. It's in writing. I should have brought it. It's in writing.
All right, that's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you for those questions. I'm the one that leads the voting, and you'll need a unanimous vote here, but Ms. Barnes, because of the victim opposition, them coming down here and what they've said, because of your attitude, because of the warden's comments, because of the egregious nature of the crime, I'm hereby, my vote is to deny your parole.
I concur with Mr. Prater for the same reasons, but also list the prior criminal history of being a seventh offender as one of the reasons why I'm voting against you.
And I concur with both of my colleagues.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your parole has been denied today. The time is 9:48 a.m. on December the 5th, and this hearing is hereby concluded. And Warden will be with you in just a few minutes on another one. Thank you.
Sir.
Okay, good morning again. We'll continue in our parole and pardon here, or parole hearings that we're having this morning. The time is 9:57 in the morning. The date is December the 5th of 2024. We're at Raymond Laborde and Warden. Thank you again for having us there. Warden, would you introduce your staff, please, sir?
Warden Marcus Myers, Deputy Warden Stephen Bordelon.
Deputy Warden Nikki Shinner.
Raven Heath classification.
Melissa Joshua Records.
Okay, thank you very much for being there and for accommodating us. You are Mr. Coleman, is that right? Mr. Kevin Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the way we'll conduct this morning, this is your day to have your say. And so we're going to, in just a minute, ask you why you're deserving of a chance of getting out today. And then we'll ask for the warden for his comments. Then we'll go to supporters, and I see there are none that have shown up here at headquarters or Zooming. And then we'll go for those that have been opposition. And then we will have the board members ask questions and we'll make our determination. You understand that? It's pretty simple process. Okay, well, Mr. Coleman, I guess the question right now to ask you is for you to tell us why that you think that you are worthy of being paroled after having committed a crime.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I believe that I deserve a chance at being able to go home for the many changes that the prison has allowed me to have. It allowed me to find myself. It allowed me to understand who I was and the triggers that impeded me on making a lot of really bad decisions in my life. To recognize that my drug history wasn't exactly the whole true problem. It was within myself. A lot of struggles, and it was a lot. But being incarcerated really allowed me time to be able to work through a lot of family issues when I was a child and be able to understand the nature of what I did and how long it hurt, not just the victim, but so many people, including my family itself. Upon being here, I learned something about myself that I really love to give other people opportunity to learn from, not just my experience in life, but experience and knowledge and education and work ethic. Just recently, I took a course with the NCCR program to be a tutor mentor. That opened a lot of doors for me, at least personally, on how I want to be able to give back to society. We're talking with Doc, that really seemed that I had an opportunity to be able to give back to the parish jails, to be able to be a part of working with those individuals that are serving sentences there, to be able to give them the knowledge and the skill set in the industry safety setting, working in the plants and working through construction. Another thing that I found was there was a time that came after my stepfather and my son's mother passed away, that it was a real eye-opener for me. It was time for me to face the facts of why I was here. During COVID, they had a program here with an honor system to be able to prove why, to help you along your journey of why you're incarcerated, to give you a program that really opened the door for you to see the wrongs that you did in your life. So I was placed in living in balance. And during living in balance, it really opened my eyes to a lot of the pressures and triggers that I went through personally, which allowed me to be able to take the next step and go to Cage Your Rage and find out why I had anger issues and this and that. And then from there, I stepped in and said, you know what? It's more important, not just for me to grow as a person, but to also be that person, the right guy. And I wrote to Miss Morgan that's over the Victim Impact Program. And with a simple letter, it's time. It's time for me to face some of the wrongs that I did. And that right there was very heartfelt for me. It really expanded my idea of not just hurting one person, but the many people that it hurt, including my own personal family and friends. And I want to be able to have an opportunity to open another person's eyes and maybe give them a better opportunity in life that I troubled myself with.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate those words. We'll take those into consideration also. Warden, what do you have to say about this man?
Well, Mr. Prater, as always, first and foremost, my sympathies to the victims and the families, as always. But you know, it's my job to speak on what Mr. Coleman's done here at the facility on his time being incarcerated. He's done well. He has not had a disciplinary infraction in almost 10 years, so that's impressive and a credit to him. Since his last hearing that he was denied at a couple of years ago, we recommended some things, and he's accomplished those. As he said, the Victim Impact Program, which is a very good program, a lot of certifications in our IC3 programs and educations. So, you know, he's been working towards doing the right thing. As of right now, he's on the right track. And, you know, our meeting yesterday was good. He did show remorse for his actions. And, you know, I do think the Victim Impact class helped him understand that a lot better. So he's on the right track. He's doing better.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Warden. Okay, we'll move into the opposition to his parole. We've got several people to speak. The first that we'll have is let's hear from Amber Barrett, the victim. That'd be the first place to start. Amber, I'm sorry you have to come up here and speak to us, but it's necessary and you want to. So let's see, Amber, would you step around kind of next to the post here? Just come around here and come forward. Right there now. Are you able to, you want us to shift down soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and speak to us. Tell us what you think about this situation.
2 years ago, when I left, I found myself feeling bad for Mr. Coleman. But then that just reflects the person that I am. What Mr. Coleman did to me is a life sentence for myself. I was 16 when he drugged me in the woods and tried to take my life. I would not have made it out to the woods that day if it was not for Miss Janet to come along. Because no matter what I did, I could not break free from him. I fought him. I grabbed places and twisted. Nothing stopped him from bringing me from point A into the woods. I now have children, that my children suffer from this because I don't bring them to parks by myself. If my husband's not with me, if I don't have friends with me, I don't let my kids go outside and play with the other children because I was thrown into a world of crime. Like, it's a real thing. I'm not Mr. Coleman's first victim. And when I took the plea bargain for 40 years with no chance of early release or no chance of early parole, he stated that he was looking for a way back into prison and he was going to leave my body in the woods to be found. So he might want to get out of prison now, but what happens a few years down the road when he decides he can't cope with reality anymore and he wants back into prison? Is he going, and he thought I was 12, he did not realize I was 16. Is he going to try to take another young girl's life? And that's what I'm trying to prevent by being here.
Okay.
So that some other little girl don't have to go through the trauma that I still face today.
Thank you. I know it's hard coming down here and I appreciate your words.
And I got one tough question. Was he trying to rape you or just trying to kill you?
When he grabbed me from the back. Next thing I know, I was in the woods and he was on top of me trying to unbutton my pants.
Oh.
And I
That's
grew
good
up,
enough.
I grew up with 2 older brothers. So I just need him, and all he told me, he had that nail gun in my side and I grabbed it. He told me don't touch his shit. And then he started pulling me further in the woods by my legs, and that's when Miss Janet seen us and she yelled and he backed away from me. That's the only reason why I got out those woods that day alive.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, let's hear from now, let's see, Barbara Wilkerson, the victim's mom. Or Amber's mom, I should refer to you as that, Amber's mom. Yes, ma'am.
This man, he changed my daughter. And the little girl that went out to do her little run that day, and he got her, she was never the same, ever. We had a court date. The court date got put further up, original. That happened. She tried to kill herself. She had to go to the NOAA. She was there for, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. It affected my sons, my whole family. When we finally made it to court, we let her decide, but his sentence, his lawyer came and asked if we could do a plea bargain. We let her make that decision because she was old enough to do that. She's the one that had to fight for her life. And I think at first they came at us with 30 years and she said no, and then they came back at us with the 40 years and she agreed to that. And when we were in the courtroom, Judge Wolgeberg said that he asked Mr. Coleman, did he understand what he was wanting to do with this plea bargain? And he said yes. He said, well, you will get no chance of early release and no chance of parole. Now I guess laws changed or whatever, so now we have to do this. We were here like it was 2 years ago in October. I understand that in jail he's probably going to take in some programs, which is a good thing. But I also understand that a lot of times people will say things to get out of a situation so they can get free. And I feel like this man should have to serve the years that he agreed to serve to begin with. I'm afraid that if he gets out, he's going to hurt somebody else's child and ruin another family. It's what he did was not nice. And it's nothing about the whole situation is nice. My daughter's still being victimized by him through this, having to come up here like this. And she got the call in September, we had to come up here. She lost the baby. She just found out she was pregnant and she lost the baby. Her nurse got sick. She's again probably pregnant again, so I'm hoping everything goes well. It's just a lot.
All right, thank you for coming, and likewise, just a personal note, we do get frustrated with sentencing when a judge will say that there's no chance of this parole or probation or suspension of sentence, and sure enough, there is. And then we apologize that just 2 years ago you had to do this. This is not the parole board's decisions. That's the law, okay? I'm glad that y'all understand that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for coming, and thank you for those words. Okay, we'll conclude with the remarks in opposition with Mr. Randall Meyer, who's Assistant District Attorney. Mr. Meyer, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish, and thanks. We're strongly opposed to Mr. Coleman's request. As they stated, the offense occurred in 2003, and he's only served about half of that sentence. We think that's an insufficient time. The nature of this offense is very disturbing, and the families are going through a lot of tough times because of what Mr. Coleman did to her. Mr. Coleman continues he's a medium custody. He's not a minimum custody, and maybe he's medium custody. There's no family support, and that's pretty concerning to me. There's nobody there that's appearing on his behalf to show any support for if he were to be released. Looking at his programs, after the last hearing, which I believe he didn't have many, if any, programming, he's taken a few programs since then, but nothing since 2022. So in the last 2 years, he's had no programming. He's had a couple of vocational certificates that I believe 6 of them that he's earned since 2022, which again, we feel that is insufficient. Due to the nature of the offense, those items in a very strong victim opposition, we're also strongly opposed. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Myers, thank you for that very much. Now is the time that the board has a chance to ask questions. I think this is Ms. Stapleton's case to ask to begin the questioning. So I'll turn it over to her to ask.
Okay, to the victims, to Amber, I'm so glad that you came today. I know that it took a lot of courage. You pulled her in the woods, and this thing was pled down from aggravated kidnapping and habitual offender to the plea bargain of second-degree kidnapping. And so it said, everybody said that you agreed to the 40-year sentence. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you think has changed in your life and her life that this should be a lesser sentence?
I cannot speak for the victim other than my condolences and me really hoping and praying that the things that she said while we was at court really held true. It wasn't until 2 years ago when I came up before y'all that I was really shocked. It was to be expected, but I really prayed that that wasn't to be. And it really hurt me and pained me to have to deal with that. It was a very troubling time, especially that first year after that parole hearing. But it pushed me to prove who I was and who I strove so hard for at least the last 15 years to be. I know she can never forget. My mom can't forget. I can't forget. I just ask that hopefully one day that they can forgive. That's what I asked.
Let me ask you something. I see here that you've taken classes that was living in balance. And I know, Steve, I mean, there is a sex offender class. It's 4 phases. Maybe the warden can help me with this. Is that y'all's sex offender class, a living in balance?
No, ma'am, that's Living in Balance is a drug treatment program.
Okay, is there a sex offender class there?
Yes, ma'am. But since this wasn't actually a sex crime, this wasn't a crime,
He didn't get to do what he intended to do by dragging her in the woods. So if it was gonna be a sex crime, he just didn't get to do it.
I mean, if it's the board's recommendation that we look at that, I mean, I will definitely take that in consideration, obviously, yes, ma'am.
I would ask you to please do that, based upon what we all heard here today.
Yes, ma'am.
As to what occurred in the woods. So, I mean, I can't make you do anything. I'm just asking you to consider it for him.
Oh, we will.
So I don't have any other questions or any other comments.
No questions.
I don't have any questions either. I think it's time to vote.
Okay, so I'm going to vote to deny your parole based upon, obviously, victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, the violent nature of your crime. You did take a plea bargain for 40 years, and you did understand what you were doing. It could have been life. So those are my reasons.
Okay, thank you.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton for the exact same and recommend to the warden that he go into all the sex offender classes before he comes back again.
All right, thank you, sir. And my vote also is to deny. And so therefore, as of this morning, your parole request is denied. The time is 10:17, still December the 5th, 2024, end of this hearing. Thank you. Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you doing? Is your name Terrance Williams?
Yes, sir, Terrance Williams, number 487-561.
Okay. All right. Well, it's nice to see you, Mr. Williams. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman of the board this morning, and we're in Baton Rouge. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And the staff here has already introduced themselves. The staff there has introduced themselves, Warden, so we won't have to go over that again. I appreciate that. Time is 10:29 in the morning on December the 5th of 2024. Mr. Williams, what we're here to do is talk to you about your day, and I won't say court because you've been there. It's your day to tell us just exactly why you feel like that you are worthy and deserving of being paroled out of prison. And so that's what we're going to hear from you in just a minute. You've got a number of supporters that we'll go over later. We'll hear from them after we hear from the warden, and then we'll hear from the opposition. You have one person in opposition, and then we will ask you some questions, then we'll make our decision. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, tell us exactly why do you think that you're worthy and deserving of being paroled early from Raymond Lord Institution?
Well, foremost, I hope y'all had a good Thanksgiving. Christmas is approaching, the New Year's are approaching. I'm grateful to be alive. I'm grateful to have a sound mind, heart, spirit, body, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to address this fair, just, and honorable court. Today I shall deliver my truth. All I ask for is open-minded consideration. And at the end of this hearing, I pray that each board member determines that I'm worthy to be granted parole. You know, I'm granted this hearing pursuant to the Louisiana Legislative Act number 122, which grants me parole after serving 25 years of my sentence and upon reaching the age of 45. Parole would afford me the opportunity to continue paying my debt to society by continuing to serve my sentence as a productive member of the community under supervision. I'm remorseful for the crime I committed against Ms. Jennifer Beasley. I apologize to Ms. Beasley for offending her. For financial gain, I victimized Ms. Beasley without considering the impact that it would have on her life. I never had any intent on the commission of my crime to physically harm Ms. Beasley. Nonetheless, I possessed a loaded firearm. Therefore, the potential dangers to her body was real. I'm thankful that no harm was inflicted upon Ms. Beasley physically that day by my actions. Nonetheless, I understand the potential emotional, mental, spiritual, and financial impact that may have weighed on her. Sincerely hope that Ms. Beasley has found some healing from the experience I forced on her. The extent of my remorse runs deep. For my offense against Ms. Beasley, I committed my life to change. It's been a journey. However, my mindset is now aligned with my desires and goals. All I want to do is put some good into the world. Since information I found out is the foundation of intelligence, learning, survival, life, and existence, I pursued it. I've gained entrepreneurial skills, job hunting skills. I built people skills, social skills, critical thinking skills. I learned how to diffuse situations, neglect irresponsible actions, prevent conflict, solve problems. I became a better person. The information I obtained helped me gain a knowledge that enabled me to destroy the street mentality that induced my bad decision-making. It says that a new creation is the initiation or beginning of a new thing, and a termination or ending of another thing. The information and instruction that I acquired from the programs, the classes, my involvement in the community, the books I've read, it helped me identify the defining experiences and influences that shape my character, the things that cause ruin to my soul. Simultaneously, that same information helped me go inside and reshape my inner dimensions and help me restore my soul.
Okay. All right. Would you kind of wrap up your remarks? I think I get the gist of it or the gist of it, whatever the word is, and you seem like you've grown a lot.
And I teach though. I teach the boxing team, I coach the boxing team, I facilitate boys to men, I facilitate cage of rage class. So I get to teach everything I learn, because I learn with the intent to teach. So I help out. This is what I do in this community. This is how I've grown. This is the amends I've committed to because of my actions against Ms. Beasley. Because of the ignorance. You know, ignorance is the common enemy of the poverty-stricken. This is where I come from. My emotions guided me. My emotions controlled me. Now I'm in control of my thoughts. I'm in control of my emotions because I'm in control of my thoughts. Now I'm in control of my actions. Images and ideals no longer guide me. I'm guided by truth and reality. I'm guided by righteousness, because now I think righteous, I speak righteous, and I do righteous things.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate all those words. And it's almost like you're getting in teaching a class. And so I say that, but I take everything that you say to heart. And I appreciate all of that and all the growth that you've experienced. Warden, what's your comments?
Well, I told Terrance yesterday not to get out. I'm not mad at him though. He's no, I mean, look, he spelled it out for you. As you can hear, he's a good speaker. And he does. He facilitates my Boys and Men program that I created here. He's been doing that the last couple of years, and I tell you, that's been a wonderful program. It's a 6-month program. And he helps facilitate that. I listen to him on a weekly basis, teaching and helping the young guys around here learn from not only their mistakes, but from his as well. He facilitates other programs. Again, good speaker, and he's learned, he's taken into account all the things that we've offered him here and absorbed it well. I hope he can apply it on the streets. I believe he can. I believe his time is coming, and he's on the right track doing the right things. So.
Okay, Warden, thank you. And his words and attitudes are reflection on your staff too. And so we appreciate the work that y'all do. Mr. Williams, you have a number of people that are in favor of your being released on parole. They're not all going to speak, but I will let 3 of them will speak. Your son, who is there in the room with you, why don't we hear from him first? Terrance Williams, Jr.
Hey, how y'all doing? I hope y'all having a great morning today. I'm here representing my father and his release of parole, grant of parole. He's been a great man in my life, and a great man in a lot of people's lives that I've been able to introduce to him. I went through my struggles as a young man, 12, 13 years old, going through puberty, not having to understand and having anger issues and all. With the re-entry into my father's life at that age, he was able to guide me to be a better person and prevent me from going down a terrible path that a lot of my friends at the time did go down. And even as I've gotten older, he's been able to advise me to be better and go against anything negative in my life and try to just push positivity and stay positive. He has this thing called REAL, and what REAL stands for is re-educating love. And that's all he did for me since he's been able to be in my life, and others that I've introduced to him. From the ages of 8 years old, I've had people come talk to him and they've gotten better. I've even had people 30s, 40s come and talk to him and they've gotten better and been able to get a more positive mindset. I've seen a lot of change and growth in his life since I've been 14 years old to today, which I'm 25 years old. And thanks to him, I've seen a lot of people, including myself, go down the righteous path and do the right thing. He's helped mold me to who I am today, a hardworking young man. And if he re-enters society, he could help far more people, especially, I don't know if you guys are from Baton Rouge, but you guys know how Baton Rouge is possibly. I feel like he can make a change in that community as a whole.
Hey, Mr. Williams, thank you very much for those words, and we'll take those to heart also, and thank you for being out there to speak for your dad. All right, we'll talk to the Executive Director of Mental Health Services, who is a supporter, Miss Denise Williams. Is Denise here?
Yes, can you hear me, sir? Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Yes. My name is Ms. Denise Williams, Executive Director of Operation Inclusions Reentry Solutions, and having a great opportunity to meet Terrance and be able to talk to Terrance and being able to connect with him as an incarcerated individual. I myself have served 16 years inside the walls of Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women, and since being free in my 9 years, I now facilitate a program for mental health support as a peer support program. What we do is we address those issues beyond the walls, such as post-incarcerated syndrome. A lot of people are not aware of that and those challenges that we face when we come from behind those walls. And I'm just there for Terrance as a peer supporter to make sure that whatever his need is holistically, we are there to help him through.
Okay, Ms. Williams, thank you very much for
You're welcome, sir.
on his behalf and for being on the call today. Your final speaker will be Mr. Kerry Myers, who was with Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Myers?
Good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Mr. Williams because of two things, mainly what you've heard from him and what you heard from the warden. That's what impresses us about Mr. Williams. The growth, the maturity. Mr. Williams said he teaches boxing, he coaches boxing, but he does more than just teach men how to box. That's a character building program, and that's a discipline program to teach younger prisoners how to get their life together. And it's an important factor, and he not only teaches them the skill of boxing, he teaches them the idea of self-discipline and control. His parole eligibility date is not until July 30th. So should the board grant him today, he's currently in school in an NCCER construction program. He'll be able to finish that while during that period of time. His long-term plan, he will come to us, but his long-term plan is to go to Pennsylvania where his mother lives. And apply the things that he's learned there. He's also already connected to a reentry program in Pennsylvania. So we would ask this board to consider those factors, listening to Mr. Williams today and the support systems that he has, and grant his parole today.
Okay, Mr. Myers, thank you for that. Thank you for the work that you and your organization do for these men and women. Okay, now, just so that you'll know, Mr. Williams, I'm going to read a list of names that are on Zoom call with you so that you'll know that your supporters were there and who they were. And I'm going to probably butcher a name or two, but that's okay. Jessica Severin, Ariel Parker, Titania Williams, Tony Hale, Virginia Williams, Doris Harris, Barbara Williams, Shadazai Williams, Shane Johnson, and Nicole Robinson. And we appreciate y'all zooming in support of Mr. Williams also. Now we'll hear from Mr. Randall Meyer, who is in opposition, Assistant District Attorney. Mr. Meyer, you ready to talk?
Yes, sir. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Coming into the hearing today, I was strongly opposed to Mr. Williams' request for parole. After hearing the warden speak, I remain opposed, but not as strongly as I was prior. I think he's done a lot of things that are good. I do note he was found guilty, sentenced to 49 years without benefit of parole. And as Mr. Williams stated, he gave the reasons why he is currently eligible for parole. He talked about all the programming in classes he's done that's helped him a lot, but and maybe the DOC record isn't as clear as it needs to be, but from what I'm looking at, he's had few programs. He hasn't had any substance abuse programs, and although he does take AA and NA, which I think is very good. It's looking at he's preparing for success, Cage Your Age, Boys to Men program, He's currently participating in the AANA, and he's had an anger management program. That's all I'm showing in his record that he's completed. It's been, about 4 years since his last disciplinary report. He's had 17 total. And he had 2 back in 2020, which is the last reports that he's had. So we remain, we do have an opposition. The victim has had some issues because of this. She's lost her vehicle in this incident, and I believe he stole about $4,500 from where she worked. So if the board does decide to grant him parole, I would ask that there be stipulated no contact with the victim or her family, and that he does do some community service work. The fact that his plan is going to Pennsylvania is something that I'd like to see. So if he is granted at some point, I would ask that it's granted to that out-of-state compact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your input on that. Okay, now it's time for the board to have a chance to ask a few questions of Mr. Williams. The case is Mr. Barra's case. So we'll turn it over to him and let him start the questioning, then we'll follow up, then we'll all vote.
I heard you say something about being sorry for the pain you caused to the victim, but you never said anything about the police officer that you put in the hospital in the accident, or any of the damaged cars, or anything about the police department. How do you feel about the police department?
They did their job that morning. Placed myself in that situation. They did their job that morning. I placed myself in that situation. I apologize for messing with public safety like that. I'm sorry for them too. I guess I was focused on the victim because she was the cruise of everything.
There was multiple police. Police cars rammed the police car at least 3 times, and at least 6 chased by at least 6 deputies before finally getting their hands on you. So it was pretty much a violent attempt to get away with a dangerous police chase. And I was just wondering, you said you apologized to this lady you robbed of the money, but you didn't say nothing about the police lives you endangered, and the one man, Deputy Poche, who required medical attention and couldn't go back to work due to the injury.
I guess I didn't say nothing about them because I didn't want to get into the facts of the case. I can't talk about a contrived story about me being beat and about that story coming up that got me shackled down in trial, because it gave concern to the trial judge also. It's hard for me I can't dispute the facts, even though they're not true, of the historical trial. What I can say is that's why I committed my life to change. Because I placed myself in a situation, I put public safety at home, I put the officers at home and doing their job. I was completely wrong. I guess I haven't thought about the impact that I had on the police officers throughout these years. Everything I do is about the victim. I amend to the victim for committing that crime, for sending them through that experience. I didn't think about the experience of the police, and putting that on my mind. I'm hurt, but that's why I conduct myself properly around here, around authority. I don't have a problem with security. I don't have issues. I have no violence in my disciplinary record concerning that towards security or inmates. I apologize to them officers. That's why I committed my life to change, though. The overall impact of the situation, the overall circumstances of that morning, of that day, the ignorance that governed my actions. I apologize to the police that were involved in this incident this day, but I committed my life to change. That's my amends, to make what I done wrong right.
I see that also that this is not your first time around with robbery. In October 1st of 2004, you pled no contest to attempted first-degree robbery. and another armed robbery was dismissed at that time, and you were sentenced to serve 50 months hard labor. Tell me a little bit about that case. What was all that about?
That happened in Baton Rouge Parish. I had a co-defendant that put a statement on me. I wasn't doing no criminal activity at the time. I was on the street boxing and working. I laid up there and I did something at work that I lost my job. And I went out there and I recidivated because it's something that happened to the job that was outside of my control. Didn't know how to feel about it. My actions about it. I went back to what I know because I didn't understand how to direct what I was feeling because I was moving forward and I was sitting backwards and I did something wrong, but I got out of that situation. But this person was involved with me in that situation. He stayed in the street life when I got away. He got caught. He brought my past up on me. They arrested me. I did 4 years in the parish for that. Lost everything. Got in them, but I took it. It's his charge. They allowed me to take a no contest plea to his charge to release me. And I got out abruptly. And this is the crazy thing, because my mindset, you know, when your mindset ain't clear, you know, you don't have a plan and you get free, you have no support system. This is what happens. This is why this happened right here. I got out to new rules, couldn't get a job first time in my life because I had this new conviction. I couldn't take care of myself. I slept on the floor and the circumstance sent me back to what I knew. I went back to that criminal life, that thing that I finally learned how to destroy. I didn't know how to destroy it because I didn't know what created it. Now I've been instructed. Now I have the information that I learned why I am who I were. That's why I said I had to figure it out and go into the inner dimensions in myself and reshape myself and clean myself up. See that past? He's dead. I think clear, I speak righteous, and I do righteous act. That's all I know. That past man, he's no more. I got rid of him. I finally got rid of him. But it was a journey. But I accomplished that goal. That's not me no more.
Long answer, but you still didn't answer the question.
What happened with you?
Yeah, what was your involvement in that armed robbery?
No, that's actually my co-defendant charge. They let me they dropped the other armed robbery. It was multiple charges. They dropped them for me to plead no contest to the charge that he was actually arrested on, where he placed he did a
What was your part in it? What did you do?
No, I had no part in that.
No part in it. So you telling me
I had no part in the deal that I took. The other armed robberies, that was something from my past that I was involved in, the ones that they dropped.
Well, that's what I'm asking you about. The one that you took the plea for. Well, tell me the details. What happened with you there?
That was his charge. That wasn't mine. That's what he was initially arrested on. That's what I'm saying. The charge that they dropped on me was the charges that he gave a statement on me about when I was still dealing with him in the street.
Put it a different way. What did he say? What did the other guy say you did that you didn't do?
He said that I committed it was an armed robbery charge. The one they dropped though, there was multiple charges. They had like conspiracies because he said that he used to drive for me to go pull off he used to steal cars for me. I go pull off a crime, call him, let him know where to go pick the money up at. But he got arrested on that attempt on robbery. It was the ACE cash checking charge. He attempted to rob them. He ended up, I think the next day, going wherever he parked the car at, trying to get in it. They had it under surveillance. They arrested him. He gave a statement on me. They come pick me up, arrested me for charges that I have done prior to that, things that he had knowledge that I've done, where he limited his involvement. And he created a story that he still calls for me. I go commit the crime, tell him where to go pick up the money, he did it. They had no evidence. He was the only evidence. He was the statement. He laid up there, and the system is the system. And they came to me one day when I was in jail, going to my second trial. This is how this happened. I was in the cell. My lawyers came visited me. They said, we getting ready for the second trial. They come back later on that day for the plea deal. Aaron Brooks, his signature, and sign it, you get free. I didn't want to take it because I was 27 with no convictions. But I've been in jail for a year, so.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr.
Well, it sounds like to me that it's everybody else's fault but yours, and you're just a victim of circumstances. Even if, like you said, that this fella had knowledge of crimes you did, other crimes that you did, and so he basically squealed on you, and or they would have never found out about you. That's just a whole nother ball game going on there that wasn't even brought up with this particular crime that you said something about stealing cars and everything like that. I don't know. I got lost in everything that you were saying about all the crimes that he used to drive for you or something. So you talk a good spiel. You really do. But sometimes you talk too much. And so I didn't even know about all this other stuff until you just told us about it. And yeah, the policeman that got hurt, that, you know, the injuries that were involved in you ramming vehicles and stuff like that when you were trying to get away, that just, it seems like everything, and that you get caught in the system. There's people that are homeless on the street. They wrap themselves up in blankets, but they don't do the things that you did. So hungry, they don't do the things that you did.
May I say something?
You've been saying a lot. So I'm finished with my questions.
I apologize.
I'm finished with my questions. I don't have any, I really don't have any more questions. I'm finished.
Okay. All right. Is there any way that you can explain the previous charges succinctly where we understand? Because I don't want us to go into a voting without understanding, and it seems the previous charges, none of us understand your answer to this. Prior to the armed robbery that you are in jail on right now, had you ever committed any armed robberies? Yes, sir?
Yes.
You had.
Yes.
Did you ever go to court on any of those?
Yes, sir.
Did you plead guilty to any of those? Okay. Did you have a gun in any of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're getting somewhere now.
Yeah, y'all. Good job.
Do y'all have any other questions? I can be the interpreter. Okay?
Yeah, you
I
did.
think that clears up. That's what we
Yeah.
wanted to know without the other, which is important to you. And it's important to us also because you made a remarkable change. And so having said that, it's time to vote, I believe, if y'all don't have any other questions.
I'm gonna move for executive session.
Okay, we have could I have a motion for exec? I've got a motion from Mr. Barra and a second.
Terrance Williams,
Yes.
Danny Barrow,
Yes.
Steve Prater.
Yes. Okay, we'll be going into executive session. The time right now is 10:57 in the morning. We're gonna be out in just a couple of minutes and we'll let you know, and we'll take our vote and let you know what's up. All right, we're coming back out of executive session. The time is 11:06 in the morning, and we need a roll call, please.
Danny Bowers,
Yes.
Harold Stapleton. Yes. Steve Prater.
Yes. Okay, we've been in executive session discussing some procedural matters, and now it's time to vote on Mr. Terrance Williams' parole request, and this is Mr. Barra's case, so we'll let Mr. Barra vote first.
Mr. Williams, we're gonna vote to grant your parole contingent on approval of your out-of-state residence plan. If you're not accepted for out-of-state, you're gonna need to come back and we'll discuss this. And also, when you get out of state, that you do community service work 1 day per month, supervised by that receiving state, and that you have no contact with the victim or her family.
Thank
All right.
Mr. Stapleton?
And I concur with Mr. Barra.
Okay, and this is your lucky day. I concur also. So, gonna give you a chance. Take care of yourself, and thank you for all the work that you've done to rehabilitate yourself after all these years. Thank you, Warden. We'll take the next case in just a minute. That concludes this hearing. It's 11:08 a.m.
Like,
Hello, the interpreter's on the line.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we are here at 11:16 in the morning on December the 5th of 2024. We're here to talk about a parole hearing. This is the parole board or the representatives of it that will make the decision this morning. To my right is Mr. Danny Barra. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton, and my name is Steve Prater, acting as chairman today. We're at y'all are at Raymond Board. We are in Baton Rouge at headquarters, DLC headquarters. Okay, we've got, and would you please, okay, let's begin by saying the translator for today. Would you state your name, please?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Trang. My ID number is 202893. I'll be honored to be your interpreter today.
Okay, and is it fine to call you Trang?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Trang or Miss Trang? Okay, Trang. Okay, thank you, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. Trang, how do I say, is it Mr. Lam?
Dạ thưa, chúng ta có kêu ông bằng ông Lâm được hay không ạ? Yes, Lam.
Lam, Thao Lam, Thao Lam.
Theo Lâm có đúng hay không ạ?
Okay, is that the way you'd like me to say your name, Thao Lam?
Nếu vậy thì quý vị kêu muốn chúng tôi kêu quý vị bằng Theo Lâm có đúng hay không ạ?
Then my first name is Thao, Thao. My last name Lam.
Okay. Yes, my first name is Thao Lam, Lam. THOC is my first name. LAM is my last name.
Okay, the way that this hearing will go is that I'm going to give you a chance to tell us why you're deserving of parole. And then we're going to ask the warden for his thoughts. Then we're going to talk to some supporters of yours, or an attorney, Miss Jane Hogan. Then we're going to talk to Carrie Myers of Louisiana Parole Project. Then we'll talk to Randall Meyer, who is in opposition. Then the board will ask questions, and then we will make our decision. Did you get all that?
Yeah. Yes. Dạ, thứ nhất á, là chúng tôi sẽ cho quý vị với cái cuộc bữa nay cái cuộc quan tòa bữa nay đó thì chúng tôi sẽ cho thứ nhất đó, cho quý vị có hiểu đó là có quyền nói lên cái nguyên do tại sao quý vị sẽ được thả và sẽ được thả tội, và chúng tôi sẽ nói chuyện với bên warden để mà cũng như là bên chăm sóc để mà họ coi đó là họ có đồng ý với cái sự cho mình thả lỏng cho mình hay không. Và sau đó mà chúng ta sẽ nói chuyện với người luật sư của mình, Jane Hogan, để coi cái ý nguyện của cô ấy như thế nào, rồi sau đó chúng ta sẽ nói chuyện với Carrie Mars để coi cái sự chấp thuận của họ hay là không chấp thuận, và sau đó thì chúng tôi sẽ nói chuyện với bên luật sư chấp thuận hay là không chấp thuận cho quý vị nhé.
Okay.
And Mr.
All right.
If I may also, excuse me, Jane Hogan on behalf of Mr. Lam. Mr. Lam's English has greatly improved since his last hearing a few years ago, so he does intend to, we appreciate that the translator is here, but he is also prepared to answer questions in English today.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll pursue that.
He did very good in our interview yesterday, Mr. Prater, so I think we should try that.
Okay. All right. Trang, you'll be on standby for us, and if we get out of line, please tell us because we want to make sure all of his rights are accorded him and everybody understands everybody. So
yes, sir, I will stay online, and if I see that the Mr. Lam does not understand or does not stay on topic, I will notify you guys.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Lam, now is your time to tell us why you are deserving of being paroled after serving 27 of your 50 years. Why do you think now is the time for you to be paroled?
why should they vote for you?
Yes, sir. I am a different person than I was before. I have worked hard and will continue to be a better person. I know that I did something horrible and I work for forgiveness every day. I have been locked up almost 28 years. I have had good conduct. I treat people with respect. I do classes and learned a lot. I work as an orderly 7 days a week. I will continue to work hard if released. Never hurt anyone again.
Okay, I understood that.
That too, clearly.
Okay, thank you for that statement. Warden, tell us now what kind of fella he's been.
Well, Mr. Prater, you know, as he said, his conduct record has been excellent. He has never had a disciplinary report ever since he's been incarcerated, which is, as you know, highly unusual, but very impressive. You know, as always, my deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. You know, I don't know what happened on this day when Mr. Lam, he's taken numerous classes since his last hearing, as you can note from the record. He's even taken our drug programs when he did not have a substance abuse problem. He took those. He's taken victim impact, cage of rage. You know, and again, you know, he very, as he said, he's very respectful to everyone around here. He works extremely hard. You know, I don't know what happened on the day of this incident, but, you know, it's not the person that I've seen. I will say that. You know, obviously no violent tendencies in here at all.
Okay, thank you, Warden. Appreciate you as always. Okay, Ms. Hogan, would you tell us, well, excuse me, I'll let you be last after Mr. Kerry Meyer. Kerry, are you still here with us?
Yes, sir. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know that we're here to support Mr. Lam should the board grant his parole today. There is an immigration issue here. It's my understanding and having conversations with Ms. Hogan that INS, should he be granted, he would go to INS. But it's also my understanding that they would not hold him for more than 30 days. And should INS release him, Parole Project is willing to accept Mr. Lam while he works on his long-term plan, which my understanding is his family is still in Vietnam, and that's where he would eventually like to return. But should that not be possible, we will work with Mr. Lam to make sure that he can find employment, long-term housing, and stability here. So we're here to fill that gap and help him through the process.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you and the work that you do. Ms. Hogan, would you, I know we'll have some questions for you, but would you explain to us why you're in support of Mr. Lam and the procedure that you understand with ICE?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. My understanding, what's different now than his hearing 2-3 years ago is that there is an immigration hold on him. So it is my understanding that if he were to be paroled to his detainer, he would go into INS custody. And I believe that he's going to be deported to Vietnam, but I also, like Mr. Myers said, I think that there's a window of time that they'll hold someone pending deportation. It is Mr. Lam's 100% objective to go back to Vietnam, which is where all of his family is. So be it through deportation or through getting his passport and getting himself to Vietnam, that is his goal. And I would also like to just clarify one thing. Mr. Lam does have 5 disciplinary write-ups. His sentence was his convictions were vacated. And whenever he was resentenced to manslaughter in 2019, that is, so there's actually 2 conduct records. So on his original conduct record, he does have 5 disciplinary write-ups. His last one was in 2016, and it was for, and they're all very, very low-level write-ups. What I think is unique about Mr. Lam's case and why I'm very honored to be here is, I'm sure this board has reviewed his parole hearing from 2022. And what's really unique is that Mr. Lam has the support of the survivors, specifically Carrie Trung and Nancy Lam. They spoke in support of Mr. Lam, both at his resentencing hearing in 2019, and they spoke in support of him in 2022. It was their wish that he be paroled. The reason that Mr. Lam was not granted parole in 2022 had to do with his lack of rehabilitative programming. And so Mr. Lam heard what the board said in 2022, and he went and did everything that he could possibly do, as the warden said. He enrolled in parenting classes and completed them, even though he doesn't have children. He attempted to enroll in the sex offender class, even though he's not a sex offender. He would have taken any program that was available, and his completion of the 8 programs that he's completed in the last 2 years and 10 months is really remarkable given his language barrier. Mr. Lam literally would take his assignments back to his dormitory with a dictionary, translate everything into Vietnamese, do his assignments, translate it back into English. And so the certificates that he earned, these 8 certificates in the last 3 years, represent not just showing up for class, but a tremendous amount of work that he did on his own, which really shows rehabilitation and a determination to self-betterment. This is Mr. Lam's only criminal offense. And if granted release, this board has the authority to grant his parole to his detainer. And so this is last time that he had a hearing 3 years ago. There was no detainer, there is today. And Mr. Lam has done and will continue to do everything that he can possibly do to become a better person, to demonstrate his remorse, and to live as a law-abiding citizen and as a rule follower. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hogan. We appreciate that. Next to speak is Randall Meyer in opposition. Mr. Meyer.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish, and we remain opposed due to the nature of the offense. Mr. Lam, at the time of the offense, was using drugs at the time, and the family that he was basically, what I understand from the record, he was in love with the daughter and was associated with them, and the family had stopped allowing him to use their vehicle because of his substance abuse. That it had gotten to that point that it was very bad. So I think the substance abuse courses that he's taken are something that he should have been taking, because I believe he did have a substance abuse problem. He's only served about half of his sentence, so we're opposed to that. But if he is granted, we would want him to be granted to that immigration detainer.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your input on that. Okay, now is the time that the board will get a chance to ask questions. In this particular case, Ms. Stapleton.
Okay, so it sounds like you can understand me well, sir?
Yes.
Okay. To speak briefly about the crime, you came in and the house that you were living in with the household, you murdered 2 people, and then you shot 2 other people, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right. And there was a 7-year-old that witnessed all this. Is that correct?
Có đứa bé 7 tuổi đã thấy tình trạng đó xảy ra lúc đó, phải không ạ?
Yes, one woman.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, the 2 survivors, they suffered lifelong disabilities that has affected their life, and the 7-year-old, he has too the trauma of the crime. Correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yes. He said that he and his sister loved you like a big brother in the court hearings. Do you remember that?
I remember that one.
Yes. And that he has suffered over the decades, just wondering why you would have done something like that, and he's grieved. They all forgive you though, which is remarkable. And you started off with a death penalty, which was reduced. And now it's manslaughter, 25 years consecutive, which is a total of 50 years, correct? You understand?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So am I correct that you have served 27 of the 50 years?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions because it really speaks for itself. You went in there and I think you would have murdered 4 people. But it just didn't happen that way. So I'm finished with my statement, I guess I could say.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Vara.
I have no questions.
Okay. My question would be to, let's see, Ms. Hogan, how sure are we going to be that ICE is going to deport him? Do you have a feel for that?
I don't have a feel. I mean, I don't have a feel. I know that he will go into ICE custody. I'm 100% certain of that. Whether I think that it's a matter of whether Vietnam will take him. So I am not 100% certain on that aspect of it. But I do know that he I mean, that there is a detainer, which we attach to our pleading.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. That was all I had.
I want to make sure I get the wording right. Release.
Okay, let's vote.
The administrative code says parole, you can grant parole to a detainer, I think is the wording of it.
Yes.
Needs to get it placed.
Okay, my recommendation is going to be to grant parole to the ICE detainer. And that's all I need to say to get the verbiage correct.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's my recommendation.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
Thank you.
Okay, I concur. I would like to have a little more assurance that he would be deported. And I don't.
Condition if he's
Yeah,
come back into this.
Okay, with the condition that if he is not deported, that he comes back into the custody of DOC.
I'm not sure that we can do that, Ms. Stapleton. I'm not saying we can, I'm just saying I'm not sure.
Yeah, because it says here that if he's not deported within 30 days, is he just let free? Executive session, that's gonna be.
Who's it? Terrance Williams,
Yes.
Danny Bob
Yeah.
Steve Prater.
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go into executive session at 11:35, and we'll be back in just a few minutes and let you know what our votes are. Okay, the time is 11:40 in the morning. It's still December the 5th of 2024. Need a motion to come out of executive session.
Bob Ross,
Yeah.
Stapleton,
Yes.
Prater.
Yes. Okay, we're now out of executive session. We had to discuss some procedural matters. We're ready to take a vote. Ms. Stapleton, you lead the voting.
Okay, my recommendation is going to be to grant parole conditional upon deportation.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton, conditional upon deportation.
And I concur also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That'll conclude this hearing at 11:41.
Thank you. Have a good
Okay, all right, Mr. Melvin Johnson, are you in the room there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, yeah, good. I think it's still morning. Good morning. It's 11:48 in the morning on 12/5 of 2024. We are in Baton Rouge at headquarters. As you well know, are at Raymond Laborde. And Mr. Warden, thank you again for hosting us there. Okay, Melvin, this is the way this is going to go. Okay, you're going to be allowed to give us what your best shot is and why you should be released today, why you should be paroled. We're going to let you say that. And then we're going to hear what the warden has to say. Then we're going to go in and talk to your brother who wants to speak and your cousin who wants to speak. And I think they're both there at the jail. Okay, and so then after that, we'll talk to the victim and the victim's aunt. Then the board will ask you some questions, and then we're going to vote and make a determination, and we'll let you know something in just a little bit. Okay, and so we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Melvin Johnson, tell us why you feel like you ought to be released after serving the amount of years that you served on your 100-year sentence.
I think I should be relieved to go back out there and start my life all over and help my community do things that I didn't know about doing when I was out there.
Okay.
Trying to get out, build my family and talk for what I did. I wouldn't do it again. Y'all give me a second chance.
Okay, well, that's good. Man, all right, is that your statement? Is that what you got to tell us? Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Warden, what kind of fella has he been?
Well, Mr. Prater, Melvin's improved his conduct drastically. He obviously, as you can tell from his history, he had a lot of problems in the beginning, quite a few disciplinary issues, but he hasn't had a write-up now in about 3 years, which is a great improvement. He's taken sex offender classes, and I apologize as always. I want to recognize the victims and the family and extend my sympathies to them as always. But he has taken sex offender treatment programs that we provided for him. He's taken Living in Balance, which is our drug treatment program. But I do recommend, I think that he needs to take Victim Impact. That's a very important class especially with the charges that he has. And our Cage Your Rage class, I think that would greatly help him. I think he's turned himself around and doing better, but I still think he has a little bit of work to do and some more classes that he needs to take that would help him to be more successful if and when he is released.
Okay, Warden, thank you very much for those comments. Okay, we'll hear now from Kenneth Johnson, the brother. And Mr. Johnson, you and Mr. Robinson are both there and you're going to be speaking. So we want you to keep your comments to just to succinctly tell us what you got to say. We do have we have some other folks that will need to speak also. So go ahead, Mr. Kenneth Johnson, the brother.
I think he need to be let out to go home. Spend with his family.
Okay, the cousin wants to go first. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, Scoot, why don't you come over here? Come right here where they can hear you up there.
Okay, introduce yourself, please, sir.
Go ahead.
Shoot, I don't know. It's me just.
Yeah.
No,
It doesn't make any difference. Whoever would like to speak first, just introduce yourself and tell us.
I'm his brother, Kenny Johnson.
Okay. Kenny Johnson, the brother. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I think he need to be at home, with his family and everything. I don't think he's gonna get in nothing else in.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir, for that. Mr. Terrance Robinson, the cousin, would you tell us?
I think he need to be home for the reason that he can be a mentorship in the neighborhood right now. Right now, a lot of young kids get into trouble. In fact, he done been through a lot, he know a lot, and he can kind of steer them in the right direction. We can use what he went through to rehabilitate the neighborhood for us, the youth. different programs throughout the neighborhood, through the church and everything else. I think it'd be a good time for him to come home and see what we can do with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And I see Cedric Johnson. I assume that's the nephew in the back, but he's not going to speak. So I just want to acknowledge that he was there. Let's move on. Okay, now we'd like to hear from the victim. Is the victim on the telephone by chance?
No, I'm actually on the Zoom, but
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, I'm in a meeting with you all.
Okay. All right. Well, good. Well, tell us what you would have us to know.
Bear with me, please.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like your aunt to go first?
It's not speaking. She's just there for support.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, just take your time, ma'am, and when you get ready, talk to us.
I try to make this as brief as possible, but what I'd like you all to know is that the day that this person destroyed a part of my life has caused me to be affected up until today. I was a young teenager when I was brutally raped by this person. And I have no doubt that if I hadn't have taken a chance to jump out of the car and run and scream for help, that his intention was to kill me because he had a gun on him. I have lived in fear for all these many years, not knowing if this person knew where I was, how to reach me, how to find me. After the assault, I left from New Orleans and moved out of state because it was so hard to cope with. It was hard on my parents. And it has caused me so many problems personally, mentally. And in my personal life. It's caused so much damage. I'm sorry, so much damage. But when I received a call a few months ago, because I wondered for many years whatever happened, I never heard anything that he had been released or anything. I understand that the times are different with technology and all, but I never knew, and I lived in this fear for all these years until I received a call from Miss Jerry. It's like I'm having to live this all over again, and I haven't been okay. I haven't. I'm really afraid. I am really afraid if this person can come out here and find me where I am. I am afraid. And I want this, after today, I don't want to hear anything else about this person. I don't want to know anything other than that he's where he's at. You know, I just don't want to know. I want to put this behind me. I want this to be over with for me. Because this you know, it has affected me in all my life since that day. And it's like the day that this happened, it seems like I could see it right now, like it's today. Like it's literally today. I could see everything that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything. He stole my innocence from me as a teenager. He took so much from me. But I'm here today because I'm taking back what he took from me and putting closure to it. I'm opposed to him being released. I feel like this person is a danger to society and that he likely will offend again.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your words. I'm sorry that you've had to go through this again today after everything you've been through. And we'll take everything that you said into consideration. Now, I think it's time for the board to have their questions and their vote. This is my case, and I'm to lead the questioning, but I don't have any questions. Ms. Stapleton, you got any questions?
Nope, I'll listen to what the victim had to say.
Mr. Barra?
No questions.
No question. Okay, it's for me to vote first, and my vote is that you be denied parole because of the victim opposition and because of law enforcement opposition, attorney general opposition, and because that you were sentenced for 100 years because this was a terrible, terrible crime, and you had some terrible crimes before this. And so for that reason, your parole is being denied today is my vote. And so, Ms. Stapleton?
Everything that Mr. Prater says, I concur, and that you are a danger to society.
And I concur with Mr. Prater. I also vote to deny due to habitual offender status and the fact that you've served less than 1/3 of the imposed sentence that you were given.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, vote is unanimous, and the vote is to deny your parole. That's the end of this hearing. It's 12 noon, 12/5 of 2024, end of hearing. Okay, are you Mr. Herbert Townsend?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good morning. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman of the board this morning. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And we are in Baton Rouge conducting this hearing. The time is 12:12 p.m. The date is 12/5 of 2024. You are, as you well know, but for purposes of the recording, you're at Raymond Laborde. And we've been at Raymond Laborde all morning. And so we'll conduct the hearing in this particular way. Mr. Townsend, we'll give you a chance to tell us why you think you're worthy of being paroled today. You make us a statement in just a minute. Then we'll hear from your sister and your brother-in-law who want to speak in your favor. They'll speak after the warden or assistant warden after they tell us exactly what kind of fellow you've been at the facility. And then we will go in and hear from your sister and your brother-in-law. Then the board will ask questions and then we will vote. Pretty simple procedure. Try not to be too nervous. And I know you are nervous because it's a big day. But anyway, Mr. Townsend, go ahead and tell us why exactly do you feel like you're worthy of being paroled today?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to come. I'm like to convey that my remorse for my actions have caused, and
Okay, take your time, take a minute.
I know that my action caused people a lot of problems and pain. And I know I inflicted all this on not just my victims, but my family, and a community. At the time, I was a young drug addict, no money, no job, just looking for a high. And I violated these people. And I know they probably still deal with him, even though it's been some time. I know it probably still deals with him. And so, I mean, I've taken classes to try to help me, drug classes, mental health classes, just different types. And victim impact really opened my eyes to the wide-ranging consequences, the ripple effects. I know forgiveness is not just about feeling sorry, it's about making changes to do better. And it took me a little while, but I worked on it, still working on it. And
Okay. Is that all you? Excuse me, I didn't know if you were through or not.
I'm just trying to get myself. If I was able to make it out, I have my sister and brother-in-law that's gonna help me with jobs, housing, transportation, everything I need, and the moral support. And I just thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from your sister first. Miss Kayla Butter? Am I saying that right? Butter?
Butter, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll hear from you first.
Feel like he's ready for a second chance in life. We've opened our home, our children are ready, our community is ready to accept him and to work with him and help him. I've checked into a lot of programs and different groups and organizations to help us, to help him. I've only known him for 4 years. So I've seen a big growth in him in the last 4 years. And I feel like he's ready to come home, and I'd love for y'all to let him.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And Arthur, you're the brother-in-law, and now it's your turn to tell us what you think about today and what's going on.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Just some more support. We're ready for him to come home. We got plans for him and stuff to do things with him, get him lined out on some work and stuff like that. Maybe do some fishing or something like that, you know, come and spend some time. Time's running out, he's getting older, and we're all getting older and stuff like that. So more or less just more support and then help him out, you know, and try to support him any way we can.
Okay, thank you, sir. And let's see, Warden, Assistant Warden, would you tell us? Okay, would you tell us how he's acted since he's been there under y'all's tutelage?
Yes, sir. I believe this is his third time coming before the board. And since his last hearing, you know, he's completed a lot of classes. You know, he's done Cage Your Age, Living in Balances, phases 1 and 2. You know, he's completed victim impact. And he's also participated in a bunch of numerous faith-based programs as well. I even see he got a forklift certification through the VOTEC. You know, he's completed all that since his last hearing, which I'm very proud to see. You know, he took initiative and done all that. I will say, if you know, if the board was to grant him parole, that you know he does have a substance abuse problem, and I would recommend that he'd also continue that if he was released.
Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate your input. Now it's time for the board. And the way we do these is each board member has one of different cases assigned to us. We all are very familiar with the case and read them all just like they're ours, but one leads in the questioning. And Mr. Barra is the lead on this particular case. So, sir, would you get us started out with the questions that you might have?
Yeah, before questions, I got a couple of details to put on the record about the crime. And reading from the police report, it says on 7/22/89, the offender, Herbert Townsend, approached the residence of Floyd and Carrie Farragon and asked Mr. Farragon for assistance in pulling his vehicle out of the mud. As Farragon went into the residence to change clothing, Townsend followed him inside and produced a .22 caliber handgun, ordering the Farragons to give him money. He gathered up the family, including their 10-year-old son, and in the kitchen area, and he robbed them by taking cash from Miss Farragon's purse and from Mr. Farrington's wallet. He also took a .357 Magnum handgun belonging to Mr. Farragon and stuck it in his waistband. Although he had succeeded in obtaining money from them, he continued to threaten the family for approximately 30 minutes while smoking cigarettes and drinking iced tea from the refrigerator. He then began making comments to the family about how they could identify him and began closing the windows and blinds and drawing the curtains closed. Mr. Farragon interpreted these actions as being in preparation to executing them. So when Townsend walked close enough to him, Farragon grabbed Townsend and they began to struggle. Townsend pointed his .22 caliber handgun at Mr. Farragon and pulled the trigger, but the weapon misfired. During the struggle, Mr. Farragon's .357 fell to the floor and Mr. Farragon grabbed it. At that point, Townsend began to run away, however, paused and turned around and pointed his weapon at Mr. Farragut again and pulled the trigger again. The weapon misfired. Mr. Farragut then fired 2 shots from his .357 Magnum, striking Townsend once in the arm and immobilizing him. The injuries immobilized him and law enforcement was notified. That's the first crime. The second crime, according to our friend's statement, was filed on 6/7/99. The offender, Herbert Townsend, an inmate at the Vols Correctional Center, approached the correctional officers on duty and advised he needed to be removed from the cell block. He stated that he had just stabbed another inmate and surrendered a homemade ice pick type weapon. Townsend was removed from the cell block and secured in a holding cell. The victim, Billy Owens, then approached correctional officers with injuries to the right side of his head. He advised he was sleeping in his bunk when Townsend stabbed him repeatedly in the side of the head. During the investigation, Townsend advised that he stabbed the victim because the victim had been making threats toward him. That's some pretty serious accusations right there. The only reason Mr. Farragut isn't dead is because your gun misfired. There would have been murder and we wouldn't be talking about this. Those victims are strongly opposed, very strongly opposed. The man you stabbed in the jail has since died, and so he didn't have a comment. I guess my question to you is, how can we be sure that you're not that same guy that would be willing to kill people like that? You know, you didn't kill anybody, but you were definitely willing to kill somebody. When you point a gun at somebody and pull the trigger twice, you intend to kill somebody. When you stab them in the head with an ice pick, you intend to kill somebody. So how do we know today that you've changed and we wouldn't hear anything like that coming out of you again?
Well, I mean, my first crime, yes, I was really young, and a drug addict. With the aggravated fight, I was just really in a position to either do what I did or get it done to me. And by me being young and felt like I had something to prove, I went the wrong way from what I should have went and took it upon myself to get him first. I know it don't make it right. You know, like I said, I was in a position to where I felt like I either had to do that or suffer. I done matured a lot, aged a lot, and I had my eyes open to know that, you know, the little kid in me ain't there no more. And I've learned empathy and sympathy with other people.
When's the last time you had a fight with somebody in jail?
2021.
And what was that fight about?
The guy was trying to bully me and I wouldn't be bullied, so he beat me with some rocks, broke 6 bones in my face.
So what's gonna happen if you're on the street and somebody tries to bully you the day you get out of jail?
I'm running.
That's the only questions I have. Ms. Stapleton?
I think Mr. Balrock covered everything for me. You talked about that you took victims' awareness and you talked about the ripple effect. The ripple effect, I mean, it's something that we teach in victim awareness, but the daily things that people go through once they become a victim, like if they're afraid to open their door to people, not afraid to trust people. That's an immediate effect that stays with that individual that they fear for the rest of their life, for those types of situations. They were trusting people. That's why you got the opportunity to do what you did to them. So Mr. Barra covered everything that I, would have asked.
Okay, my main question, how many years were you sentenced to?
75.
And you have served how many years?
35 years and 6 months.
So you hadn't even served 50% of what you were sentenced to, correct? 41%. 41. Okay, that's all I had. I think we're prepared to vote. All right.
Well, Mr. Thompson, due to the violent nature of the crimes that would have killed the victim had your gun not malfunctioned, and your total lack of respect for human life, I have to vote to deny parole today and encourage you to keep up what you're doing in jail and better yourself for when you do get out. But it doesn't seem like you're ready to be out just yet to me.
Ms. Stephen?
Okay, and to add to what Mr. Barra said, we have judges' oppositions, DA opposition, the sheriff's opposition, of course, your victim opposition. And in the past, you had 136 total write-ups since you've been there. So you have a history of violence based upon all of that.
Okay, I concur. That concludes this hearing today. Your parole has been denied for today. The time is 12:28, end of hearing. All right, good afternoon. It's 12:36 in the afternoon. It's still December the 5th of 2024. We're in Baton Rouge. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And we're in Baton Rouge, as I said, and we're talking to you all who at Raymond Laborde for purposes of the recording. Warden, thank you again for being there and for having everybody set up for us. Mr. Broderick Turner, is that your name?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and you are 476446, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here to give you your day in, I won't say court, you've had that, but to give you your day before the parole board to tell us exactly why you feel like you are eligible or worthy of have earned early release parole. And we're going to give you a chance to do that. Then we're going to talk to the warden, see what he thinks, and then we're going to talk to your sister and your daughter.
Yes, sir.
I assume that's your daughter there.
My
and
daughter.
your sister. Okay, good afternoon. And then we'll talk to your sister. Then the board will ask some questions, then we'll vote. Pretty simple procedure. So, Mr. Turner, would you go ahead and tell us right now why you think that you should be released on parole?
Well, good morning to you all there at the Parole Committee. To answer that question, I couldn't go past the facts of this actual crime and growing as a man that I have today, to be able to live with that regret and that remorse that has been carried with me throughout the very night that that crime happened, if you will. Reaching out and thinking about the pain that I caused so many people in their life during this incarceration, day in and day out, and just having that play over and over in my mind. It's just mind blowing when I think about the pain. I think about the ripple effect causing so many people, past mothers and fathers, pain. And I just can't, I try to convey unto you all my feelings in this, having grown at this age that I am now, versus when I was so much younger when this crime happened. And as I said, learning to live with the regret in the way that I have, and being able to look you all in the eyes today with the sorrowfulness that I feel and the remorsefulness that I feel when I think about these families that are suffering through these losses. I think about my daughter here who's with me, and my sister and my family, so on, when I think about this crime that I participated in and my actions that left this family in grief for the years that they have. However, Mr. Prater, I've changed, and I've not only changed, I've made a transformation in my life. And to sit before you, and I like to speak about that because that had to be at some point to where they say you get up and you dust yourself off and you begin to move forward. And as I matured and wanted better for myself and wanting better for myself, these things that were said here in this facility that helped me along that in this rehabilitative process, and allowing me to become the best version that I can be of myself to this very day. Changes that I've made in these classes that I say mentioned, you know, and getting out of those classes, the things that I've gotten out of. I'm talking about each and every class that I've taken. There was a lesson or something that was taught in that class that I could either decipher and apply to my life in a positive manner, in that in which I've done. And I'm standing on that, and I've stood on that since I started making these changes to myself, wanting better and willing to be a better person. I don't want to stop and say too much, but I'm hoping that I can convey without going past the facts in my actions and the things that I've accomplished and acquired here. Wanting to work, you all on the committee, I could say there was a time that I could care less about a job. I've been working as a trustee the past 5 years, and in that I've carved out me a regimen and a schedule before I'm in bed, I already have my clothes on. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm up and I'm going to work, I'm thinking about the initiatives on the jobs that I'm assigned. Those people that assign me to these jobs, just trying to show you in a mature-like manner in the man that I've become. If I'm awarded a job from a warden or a colonel, and with respect to him, how should I carry that job out with respect to me? That's the things that I look at now in becoming a man. You know what I'm saying? Being responsible. I think when you commit a crime and come to jail, that you lose the sense of responsibility, reliability, trustworthiness, integrity. These things that I step out on and stand on every day as I approach my job and my dealings with people, these people that go home to society every day. And these things that I could never say before when I was much younger, but I can say that today, that I have changed in that manner. I've attended various classes, but I want to speak if allowed. There's a victim impact class. And what allowed me to see the impact of my crime so much was the way, if I could, she's not here, but the facilitator, Ms. Morgan. She came in and opened up and shared with that class. And that in turn, she shared an incident that happened in her life. And that in turn allowed me, I can't speak for nobody in that class, but for me, it allowed me to open up and begin to speak about this crime that I participated in. And in so many ways, I retained information. I didn't or couldn't look past to see how many people that was hurt. You know what I'm saying? All I saw was, man, I'm sorry for what I did. You know what I'm saying? And I think about it. And I know that if that was my mom or that my sister, I did see how I felt bad. But when you start thinking about the financial, the physical, the emotional and religious impact that we sometimes discuss in that class, then you start to give a greater volume of understanding of the impact that you've caused when these things happen. And, you know, I thank Ms. Morgan for that because she conveyed these things to us in that class so well. And that's why I can sit before you and expound about them. And it was part of my change, you know, coming from something as horrible as that was, and looking back all those years and standing here and sitting here before y'all at 52 years old, you change, you transform, but is it going to be for the best or is it going to be for the worst? My plans, if granted parole today, are surrounded by wanting to be participated in a group. I'm going to Georgia if released, where my sister stays at, and they talked to several parole people there by being a new state that I would be going to, and they would help me get into certain programs there as we've tried to go on and Google certain programs. So that would be my first approach as far as coming home, because I need to get, I would feel that I needed to get adjusted to society in that manner from other views and aspects that may, you know, taking place from people that was incarcerated. Okay, I have my support system in place. I have my daughter here. I have my sister. I have my wife that's on Zoom. My mother, who's almost 90 years old. My brother, who drives trucks that couldn't be here today. He's on the road. These people have been a vital part of my incarceration during this time and are ready to stand there with me and embrace me morally and with love in any kind of way that they can. As I end again, I chose Georgia because my sister's been there for 30 years in my conclusion, and she's well established in the community, and she's also established in the workforce. This will in turn allow me, if you have the paperwork for you, that I would be fully and gainfully employed if released from jail today. I'd like to thank y'all for letting me speak.
Thank you, sir. You articulate very well your feelings, and I appreciate that. Warden, what kind of fellas he been in jail?
Well, Mr. Prater, you said he articulated very well. You know, Broderick, first, again, as always, my sympathies to the victims and the families. This was a terrible crime. I think that's, we all know that. We all realize that. you know, in conversations with Broderick over the years and yesterday, he shows remorse for what he's done. Like many other young men, when he first came to prison, he had a lot of trouble with his conduct and, you know, adjusting to incarceration. But I would say in the last 8 years, he's made a great turnaround. He really has, and I've been very impressed with him. I'm very proud of him. I appreciate him speaking about Ms. Morgan in our victim impact class. You hear me speak about it all the time. I don't think, you know, maybe the board doesn't realize how impactful that class is and how great of a facilitator Ms. Morgan really is. She does a great job with that and impacts a lot of lives here. And I'm proud of her for that. But he's taken, you know, numerous classes, substance abuse programs. He has an associate's degree from Wiley College, you know, after he got his GED while incarcerated. He's just done a lot of good things. And as he mentioned, he's a trustee. You know, he's turned his life around and he's doing very well. He's doing very well. Proud of him for his achievements.
Thank you for those words, Warden. Okay, let's hear from Vivian Mosley. She's on Zoom, and that's your sister. Vivian, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Thank you. And we're ready to hear what you have to say. If you would say it as succinctly as possible, and let's try to limit it to 3-4 minutes, something like that.
I actually timed it for 2, respecting your time. Thank you. I'd like to first thank you for the opportunity to speak on my brother's behalf as you review his request for release. He has served the majority of his sentence, and as the warden has stated as well, he's demonstrated consistent exemplary behavior and significant growth during his time there in prison. He has devoted himself to improving mentally, emotionally, academically, and spiritually. As someone who has known him his entire life, I can sincerely attest to his transformation. Having earned a degree, completed all required programs, and serving as a top-level trustee, his achievements demonstrate his commitment to change and his readiness to contribute positively. My brother has grown immensely from the misguided young man he once was. Today, he is a devoted husband, father, grandfather, son, brother, and uncle, a man truly of integrity and self-reflection. His transformation is undeniable, and his actions consistently show a genuine commitment to personal growth and becoming a better person. If released, my brother will join his wife, myself, and my husband, and other family members here in Georgia, becoming a part of our already close and supportive family unit. He will have unwavering support from both near and distant relatives to help him transition back into society, providing guidance, encouragement, and accountability throughout his journey. We have, as he stated, already prepared gainful employment, which is awaiting him if granted, and transportation and a place to live. Regrettably, Broderick cannot change the past, but he has grown from his experiences and is prepared to make amends by contributing meaningfully to society. He can inspire and mentor young men using his story to guide them away from his past mistakes towards a brighter future for themselves. Although his past cannot be changed, the future holds promise. Please consider my brother's growth and the meaningful life he can lead with our unwavering support. And again, I'd like to thank you for recognizing, hopefully, the person that he has become today and grant him the opportunity to continue his transformation beyond prison confines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. I appreciate your comments, and we'll take them to heart. Okay, next we'll talk to Jaslyn Turner, who I believe is there at Raymond. Jaslyn, would you give us your thoughts?
Yes, sir. Thank you all again, as we all said, for allowing me to speak on behalf of my father. So for me, I just want to say that he has grown. I didn't get to know him as the young man he was from the terrible mistakes that he did make when I entered into his life, or he entered into mine at the age of 11. From there, I have saw and still continue to witness his growth, his mindset changing, just the man that he wants to be and set out to be, the man that he's determined to be. He puts his mind to something that he says, and that's what it's gonna be. So I know that when he says that he's changed and he wants to do better and is gonna be better once granted the release to come home, I know that he set his mind to do that. So that's something that he wants to show you guys, the gratitude and his remorse. He is very remorseful and continue to show his remorse every day. He's done tremendous things in here. I'm proud of his accomplishments and continue to be proud of him for things that he's gonna continue to do. The support that my family gives him, the love that we have, and is ready to just push him in the right direction, continue to push him in the right direction. His accountability.
All right, didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of a sentence. I thought you were through.
Yeah, I was just taking to see if she was all right. I was afraid.
Okay, well, thank you. All right, now it's time for us to ask questions as a board. And I might add, for purposes of the recording, that Yvonne Turner is also on Zoom. And so just wanted to mention that. Okay, Mr. Turner.
Yes, sir.
Could I get the staff to put him up in front of me, please? Okay, there you are. Okay, it's as we do these cases, each case is assigned a particular person to ask the beginning questions, then we all can ask questions, then we vote. I'm the lead on this one, so I just want to, what part did you play in this horrible crime where these three people were shot, taped up, shot, and the home was invaded? What part did you play in that?
Well, my part came after, like I'm saying, Mr. Prater, there was what led to this happening in my part solely was I helped come in during the commission of a robbery to retrieve money back. So what I did was came in and helped tie the people up and dispersed out throughout the house to search for these valuables and retrieve them. It's which time, while in search of these here, the gun was discharged. When I made it back up front, in the front of the house, the people were already shot. They were scared, I was scared, everybody froze for a minute and took off running out the house. This stems from automatically a drug deal that went bad prior to this actual crime, where one of my co-defendants that's on this charge with me now was robbed. Sometime later, we came to lay charge there to visit some people, and another mutual friend was down there that knew the guy that robbed him. That conversation came up, and at that time, it was a decision rendered between all of us, and we did go by that house. But my actions were just as what I said. When we got in the house, that's exactly what I did.
Okay, so, but partly because of your actions, though, as you know, but just purposes of our discussion, there were three people killed and the lady that died was pregnant. Is that correct?
The lady that died was what, Mr. Prater? I didn't hear you.
Yes, wasn't there a lady that died and she was pregnant?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so actually 4 people died as a result of that. And you were you pled out to manslaughter, 3 counts of manslaughter, and you were given 35 years on each count, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, to run concurrent. And how many years have you served?
Just about right at 24 years.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Ms. Stapleton, you got some questions?
Yeah, so you said that your job was to tie people up. So you did know that, I mean, I read somewhere, the lady, did y'all put her on a couch face down? Was she tied up?
No, she was not tied up.
She was on the couch, though, face down.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there was a statement made by a person that says, well, they're gonna recognize us. So we're gonna have to kill them because they're gonna call the police. Where were you when that statement was made?
Through footage, I heard that it was said, I was in the back room. Whatever statements was read, all I can remember I think it was Terrance hollered out, man, you're gonna have to do them all or something like this. Yeah, I was coming back. And that was after the gun had already been initially discharged.
They said, the survivor said that he heard a struggle between Kimberly and one of the suspects, and she had asked to think about the baby. So there was a struggle that ensued, and you didn't hear any of that either?
No, ma'am. This is what happened.
Okay.
When I came up to the front of the house, the young lady hadn't been shot.
Right.
Terrance and Charles Winfrey, seemingly the gun had jammed and they was wrestling with the gun. They took out towards the young lady and grabbed, Terrance took out toward the young lady and grabbed the young lady. And Charles shot the young lady. That's, I mean, that if that was the struggle that was to ensue, that's what happened.
You said charged at the young lady. You mean shot the young lady because she was killed and the baby died too?
No, I said Terrance took out after and grabbed her by her arm, and Charles Winfrey. Winfrey shot her.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. I did. I came to the front of the house by then. So
okay, and you said that you were so much younger. What age were you when this foolish
I want to say I was 27. I want to say I was 27, just about to make 28.
So you were 27 when that happened. And I know what you mean. I really do when you say, we all say this kind of stuff, that you reached the point in your life where you decided you had to get up and dust yourself off and move forward with your life. I know what you mean about that. And I know you don't really mean anything bad by that, because that's common saying that we have in the South. But victims to become survivors, they say the same thing. They try their best to get up and move forward past the crime. So, and they, for the most part, aren't able to get up and dust themselves off and stop crying about it. Let's see if I had any other questions. Yeah, just that the charges was amended for you from 3 counts of first-degree murder and attempted murder, which was dropped, and first-degree feticide, which was dropped. And then you got instant offense of 3 counts of manslaughter. So, so really served a lot less time. You were given a lot less time than you would have. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Mr. Barrow? You asked the one question that I needed to know about.
Yes, sir.
No, his involvement. I have no question.
Okay, all right, we've all asked the questions we need to, and now it's time for us to vote. And Mr. Turner, you seem like you seem like a likable fellow. I think that you've said all the right things that you could possibly say. Now, the main thing that's bothering me is the amount of time that you got, a total of 3 times 35, over 100 years if you added them together. And I understand they'd run concurrent, but you hadn't served near about that. Your good time today, you're going to get out in 2029 anyway. And I know that's a long time from now if you're in jail. Okay, so I'm not minimizing that, oh, it's just you're going to get out anyway. But I just don't think, compared to the crime that was done, and I don't think that you're really a danger, but we've got some opposition. We got a judge that's opposed. We have 2 DAs wrote letters, 2 sheriffs that wrote letters, and the attorney general all opposed to your release. And I'm just to cut through all the words or sermons or anything else. I want to see you do some more time. And you've done the right things. I want to encourage you. You've said the right things. You're a likable guy. I'd go fishing with you. But I think that out of 35 years for 4 people being dead, and you've only served 20 something, I think my vote is to deny. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yes, sir.
And I concur with Mr. Prater. My vote is to deny.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And I concur with Mr. Prater and Ms. Stapleton. It's a serious crime, and the amount of time you did just doesn't equal up to
Yes, sir.
four people dead.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up, Mr. Turner. You're an awful likable guy, okay? And I appreciate your family coming down. I want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing and lead everybody out there in that facility. And Warden, thank you for hosting us on this, but that's going to conclude this hearing at 1:01 PM on December the 5th, 2024, in here.
In fact, Crystal and I are about
Hello? 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 Hello?
They're probably still getting ready. Just stay on.
was the CEO of the house, and you get
Yes, sir. Mr. Patrick Tibido, is that you?
Sir.
Okay, good. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman today as the Committee on Parole meets in Baton Rouge. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Varra. The time is 1:15 in the afternoon on December the 5th of 2024. We're speaking to you, and as you know, but as maybe somebody watching might not know, you're at Raymond Laborde facility, and the warden's there with you. And so we're going to get started with this hearing. Today, we're going to give you a chance to tell us why you think that you're deserving of a release, early release on your sentence being paroled out. We're going to hear from you first, then we're going to hear from the warden. Then you've got some supporters that we're going to hear from. We're going to hear from Lamont Wilkes, who's a cousin, Algerita Bello, who is an aunt, and I apologize for the way I'm saying those names. They're probably wrong. We hear from Kerry Myers on Louisiana Parole Project, and also your sister, Shamika Tibido, and Courtney Charles Pierre, a cousin, are both listening, but they're not going to be speaking. So we should have 3 speakers after the warden gets through telling us what kind of fellow you've been. So, Mr. Tibido, now is the chance that you've been waiting for, and what you applied for is to talk to the board and try to convince us that you're deserving of a parole, early release. Go ahead.
First, I'd like to apologize to my victims, the 2 women that was in the marketplace that I robbed. I'd like to apologize to their family and my family for all the pain and suffering. And I was wrong. I would like to I'd like to apologize to all the neighborhoods that the crime was done in, because they matter too. At the time when I did this crime, I was young, confused, and doing a lot of unnecessary things. I got caught up in I got caught up because I needed some money to pay my rent. My rent was due, and I picked a bad decision. I went back to what I thought I knew. That's how I got caught up. And I would like to see, since I've been incarcerated, I changed my mind frame, how I see things, and I seek education, because I never had too much education in that world. And since I got in prison, I got the chance to get my education and got in some programs that really benefit me in my growth. And I'd like to say I'm not the same person that I was back then. Now, my character, I have character. I didn't have a character then. I'm a very respectful person. And I take life serious, and all life matters. All life matters. Not just my life, everybody's life. The things I did back then, I would never do, because I value my life and people's life now. And I just see life in a different matter now, a different form, because I really accept the change, and I see change since I've been in this place. And before, not just before this parole, but when I first came, the first 2 years, I was on that change, because I went to the cell block at a time to think really what I was doing, what I wanted for my life. Now, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thibodeau. Appreciate those words, and we'll take those to heart when we get ready to vote. All right, Warden, what kind of fellow has he been?
Mr. Prater, he hasn't been too bad of a guy around here. He's, the main thing, he's a trustee. Conduct record, conduct history has been very good the last 5 years. The biggest thing I want to say is he had a hearing, what, 2-3 years ago? 2 years ago, we went through a hearing with him, and at that time I recommended that, I didn't think he was ready, and because he needed his education, as he spoke on. So my recommendation to the board back then was that he obtain his GED. I wanted to see him in an anger management program, and I wanted to see him complete the victim impact program. And I'm proud to say that he's done all of the things that I asked of him. He got his education, he worked hard in those 2 years, got his GED, completed the victim impact program, and as well as anger management program. So he did the things that I've asked of him.
Okay, well, good. Thank you, Ward, for that input. We appreciate that. Okay, now we'll move on to the supporters. Let's hear from Lamont Wilkes on Zoom, who is a cousin of yours. Lamont Wilkes. Okay, Mr. Wilkes, you ready to tell us what you think about your cousin?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing, board?
Good, fine, sir.
All right. Thank y'all for giving me this chance to go back up for parole again. And thank y'all for allowing us to be there to support him. I just want to say that I've been with Patrick during his whole incarceration, and I have seen a tremendous change in him from the way he speaks and how he speaks about how he regrets that he hurted the victims, the impact that they took upon this robbery. He's very sorry for it, and he talks about it all the time, saying he wish he didn't do that. And he has educated himself very much. He took a lot of programs, including, like the warden just said, his GED. Salute him for that. Anger management, victim awareness, and a lot of other programs. So we're just asking the board to give him a chance so that he can come back out to society and do the right thing. And he does have family support.
Okay, Ms. Wilkes, we appreciate that. Thank you for getting on and talking to us about that.
Thank you for having me.
Miss Bello, Bello, who is on. Would you tell us what you're thinking?
Good morning. Good afternoon, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
I'm Aldrita Bello, and I'm his auntie. And I've known him, as being his auntie, I've known him since he was a very young boy. He did have a lot of issues growing up, but he always had a kind and a loving heart, and he always did try to help people. He tried to overcome some of his difficulty by committing the crimes, which was wrong. And I also apologize to the people he committed that against. He has been locked up a long time, and I truly believe he has paid his debt to society now and is ready to be free. He has become a better person by taking part in the programs that the warden advised, like especially getting his GED, because I'm a retired educator, and I believe education can open many doors for us, and a lack of education can hurt us. So I'm very proud that he did pursue his GED, and also his driving program, which he was young when he got locked up. He didn't have a chance to do that, so he did try to do that also. And I believe, if he is released, he will be a better person in society. He'll be a big help. He won't be a hindrance to society, and he has good potentials and can contribute to our society. He will have a great support system, and I believe everyone deserves a second chance in life to better themselves. And on behalf of the family, he will have a great support system, and I'm looking forward to helping him as much as I can to better his life. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you for getting on and talking to us. Mr. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. Would you talk to us, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to support Mr. Tibido for several reasons. One is his accomplishments, particularly the hard work he's done since his last hearing. Not only did he, I'll not reiterate what the warden said about his GED and other programs. He's taken a forklift certification, IC3, 1 and 2 completion, culinary. He has nine disciplinary infractions total in his 21 years, and none in 5 years. He's earned 395 days of CTRP credits through his programming. At age 50 today, he's kind of in a spot where he's, the data says that he's a very low risk for recidivism, just simply because of his age, not counting the work he has done. He's very employable. He's served 2/3 of his sentence at this point. We are here to offer him all the reentry services that Parole Project has to offer. He does have a long-term residential plan with his brother. He also has employment opportunities available should this board grant him today. He will be in our program as long as he and Parole Project feel is necessary to prepare him for the next step. So based on those factors, we just ask this board to consider those and grant his parole today.
Mr. Myers, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. Now it's time that the board has a chance to ask questions. In this particular case, the lead questioner is going to be Ms. Stapleton to my left. Ms. Stapleton, go ahead and ask the questions.
Okay, as going over your case, you have a lengthy history actually involving armed robberies, and so rather than I have a summary that was prepared by probation and parole, so I'm just going to read that to break it all down. On October 14th, 2004, Patrick Tibido pled guilty to 1 count of armed robbery. On February the 3rd, 2005, you were sentenced to 30 years at hard labor. On September the 30th, 2003, Patrick Tibido and Freddie Handy Jr., both armed with guns, entered the mini food mart demanding money. Patrick Tibido fired 1 gunshot into the floor and the owner gave him the money. Then he and Freddie Handy Jr. fled on foot and were later apprehended. It goes on to say that you actually started your criminal career when you were 14 years of age. As an adult, Patrick Tibido has pled guilty to simple burglary, 2 counts of armed robbery, possession of marijuana, and simple battery. He has been on 2 terms of good time parole with supervision, both of which were revoked. You have a history of crimes against persons. On June the 5th, 1992, you saw a woman playing tennis with her children in St. Martinville. You followed her to her vehicle and pointed your gun at her and demanded the money. She grabbed the barrel of the gun. There was a struggle until you hit her with the butt of the gun, causing her an injury. And then just a few days later, June 8th of 1992, while armed with a gun, you robbed the ShopRite store in St. Martinville. And then that brings us to September the 30th, 2003, when you went into the mini mart with a gun in New Iberia. And then March 24th of 2004, you fought with an inmate, Paul Brown, while incarcerated in the Iberia Parish Jail. You should know that there's opposition from the AG's office, the district attorney's office, in the 16th JDC, the judge, New Iberia police chief, and the sheriff, and it's based upon the violent nature of your crimes. I do see that you have been taking classes, that you really started up and you got very serious with it in 2003. You took a class in 2022, and you took 1 class in 2024. Let's see what else I've got here. That's what I've got. I also have in my notes that it's a miracle based upon the armed robberies that none of these ended up with a death, somebody getting shot. So that's all I have to say.
All right.
I have no question. Okay.
I don't have any questions. Would you put the? Thank you. Yes, sir. I don't think that we have any other questions. Is the board prepared to vote?
Yes.
What is your vote?
To deny based upon the violent nature of all the crimes that you've had. I do commend you for what you're working on now. And, you know, and I hope that you keep this up. But you do have, severe law enforcement opposition also based upon the violent nature of your crimes.
Mr. Barrow?
I concur with the statement for the same reason.
Okay, just takes, well, it's got to be unanimous, so, you today don't have, you're not gonna be granted your parole today, I'm sorry to tell you. You sound like a good fellow with a lot of support. Sometimes it just doesn't work out to where you get out this time, but keep doing what you're doing and keep trying as hard as you're trying and keep being as remorseful as you appear to be. And I think things will work for you. But as of today, your parole is denied. It's 1:31 in the afternoon. That's the end of the hearing. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. The time is 1:39. The date is December the 5th, 2024. We're here to have a discussion with Mr. Adam Coffey. Are you Mr. Coffey?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. My name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. To my right is Danny Barra. And we're here in Baton Rouge. And of course, you know that you're there at Raymond Laborde. And so we're going to give you a chance to try to convince us that you are deserving of an early release of parole today. And so first off, we're going to give you a chance to talk, and then we're going to let the facility there have their say, representative from the facility, and then we're going to talk to, let's see, community advocate who wants to say something. Mile Lowy, if I'm saying that right, I would be surprised. But that's who will talk on your behalf. And then we will ask you a few questions and then we'll take a vote. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, tell us why you feel like that you are that you should be released early.
I first got locked up years ago, over 25 years. I committed a crime that I'm very sorry for. I hurt a lot of people. My victim, I was not ready. Well, let me rephrase that. I want to apologize to my victim. I did a hideous crime. I did things that I shouldn't have. And today I'm coming before you to ask for leniency on me because I've tried to do everything right. I know I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I didn't realize all the people that I've hurt in taking victim impact class. I learned that I hurt not only my victim, but her family and friends and my family. There's a ripple effect in that. And I wish that I can go back and change things, but I can't. I know I don't want to put no burdens of any more burdens upon this woman. And I'm just asking for a chance to show that I'm a better person than I was 25 years ago. I come in, I wanted to believe that everything I was doing was right and I was wrong. I made a lot of mistakes. And I hope that I can convince you to give me a chance to prove that I am a changed person, that I have taken steps to better myself, and that I can go out and be a productive citizen in society. I'm trying to be a productive citizen in here to my fellow inmates. I'm in a group called IROC, which is the Inmate Recreation Officials Club. We hold games and we try to help young men, teach them to be people and be honest about if they make a mistake, own up to it, and stand up and be counted. And look at a person and talk to that person instead of hollering at them or screaming at them or fighting them. We need better people in society. And I hope I can be a better person to save somebody else from doing the same things I did. Because in here, in here, it's not easy. We all make mistakes. I come here with an attitude here to this facility in 2009. I had to grow a lot here because at first I didn't want to take nothing. I didn't want to do nothing. But I've learned now that there is things that need to be done. I've got my education. I'm in VOTEC right now. I've tried to teach other people different trades besides myself. Help people read. But I can only do so much, but I'm trying to do the best that I can and help everybody I can that want to be helped.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And let's see, sir, would you introduce yourself and tell us how he has acted at the facility?
All right, Deputy Warden Stephen Bordelon, the Deputy Warden of Operations for Raymond. Like you heard Mr. Coffey say, Mr. Prater, he's been in our facility for the last 15 years. I've seen him grow a lot, come a long ways. He's taken some programming. He currently is a library clerk here at the facility for the offenders. He's a Strive member. As you heard him say too, he's in some clubs. He's in IROC. He's done a lot of positive things. I know this is his second time coming before the board. He was asked to complete victim impact, which he did complete that. He also did get his forklift certification, and he also pursued a vocation in small engines, and he's currently doing that. He does have another 6 months approximately to complete that vocation, which I would definitely recommend that he finish that if he was granted an early release.
Okay.
I got a question. At the last hearing, they put on there it needs mental health evaluation. Has that part been done?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Barron.
That was on January 5th, 2022, when he had one of the last hearings.
Okay, well, they look for that, and we can come back to that in a second. Let's go ahead and move on and hear from this lady by the name of Mia Lowy. And did I say that really wrong? Okay.
Yes, my name is Mia Lowy.
Say it again, please.
Mia Lowy.
Mia Lowy. Okay, well, I apologize. Mean no respect. I just don't say names good. And so you're a community advocate. Tell us why you're in support of his release.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much to everyone on the board for giving me the opportunity to speak today in support of Mr. Adam Coffey. Like I said, my name is Mia Lowy, and I'm the Director of Client Services at the First 72 Plus. The First 72 Plus is a reentry organization based in New Orleans. Our mission is to stop the cycle of incarceration by providing adequate support to those returning home from prison. I've been working with Mr. Coffey with the support of his transition specialist, Mr. Stelly, for the past few weeks to develop a solid reentry plan so that he succeeds in his transition back into society. I've been working to find him housing that can work alongside our wraparound services. So he's been accepted into housing at the Mission. I submitted his acceptance letter, and he will have supportive housing there for 1 year. All of his immediate needs upon returning home is also something that we will be able to support him with. So things like food, clothing, medical care. You referenced a mental health evaluation. We will set him up with the FIT clinic, which stands for Formerly Incarcerated Transition Clinic, which will get him checked out both with a physical, like a primary care doctor, as well as a mental health evaluation to see if there's any sort of mental health care or medication that he's in need of following a diagnosis. We can also enroll him in any sort of counseling that he's interested in. We will support him with employment, finances, public benefits, documentation. He will be paired up with one of our case managers, so they'll help him create a resume, apply for jobs. As he spoke, he mentioned that he's had various job experiences and skills that he's built up in his time incarcerated. When speaking with him, he mentioned working as a custodian, a short order cook, a librarian. He has a wealth of experience that will easily translate to getting employed once released. Like we spoke of, his forklift certification, as well as obtaining small engine repair certification in BOTEC. Any documentation he'll need, ID, birth certificate, social security card, will help him get set up with food stamps, Medicaid, as well as opening up a bank account, budgeting, saving, so that way, once his 1 year is up at the mission, we can find him suitable housing he can afford. Social support will also be involved. We have a weekly support group called 9 Steps to Staying Free. Mr. Coffey spoke to me about wanting to find a support system and feeling that he would benefit from being surrounded by other formerly incarcerated people who've been in the same situation that he has and have successfully navigated that transition. It's a very popular class. We usually have about 30 to 40 guys come every week. And a lot of the same topics are covered as the ones that they cover in cases in prison. So things like victim awareness, mental health, responding versus reacting, which Mr. Coffey spoke about as well. So we are very eager to welcome Mr. Coffey home and support him through this transition. He's been extremely communicative and respectful and motivated throughout this whole process. And anything else he falls short of, First 72 is here as a safety net to catch him and provide him that extra support. So I just want to thank the board for their time and consideration, and I'm very hopeful that we will get to welcome Mr. Coffey home in time for the holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the work that you do. We appreciate it very much. Okay, now we've heard from the supporter and we've heard from Mr. Coffey. Now it's time for the board to ask their questions, and Mr. Barra is the lead questioner on this, and then the rest of us will follow suit. Anything we might want to know.
All right. Just to put a few of the facts on the record. On February the 5th, 1983, while on supervision from California for a sex crime, he picked up Lois Slagle on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. She had just had a fight with her boyfriend. He walked together with her down the street, and once near a construction site, he knocked her to the ground by hitting her in the head with a steel rod you picked up, and then forcibly raped her. Then on 8/2/2000, while on parole for the above sex offense, the offender picked up Ms. Corbett at the Circle K convenience store and drove her to a field and raped her. Both women needed to be taken to the hospital for treatment. So basically the facts are that before you was even off of one case to the next one, you were committing a new crime. 3 times, it looks like. So I see that you've been on supervision twice before and revoked both times for committing new sex offenses, and all the victims had been beaten. You had a criminal history that shows 4 arrests for 9 offenses, all against women. My question is, what SSO treatment, sex offender treatment, have you taken while you're incarcerated? I don't see any sex offender specific treatment taken while you're incarcerated. Has he done any of that?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, we're
Okay, what
showing, we're showing a sex offender treatment was completed back in November of 2010.
I don't see any. I'm asking you to tell me what sex offender treatment he's done, because on the list that we got, I didn't see any sex offender specific treatment. Meaning the sex offender 1, 2, 3, and 4.
We did that.
You can explain them.
I completed those.
All 4 of them?
All 4 of them. In fact, I did it here at Raymond Laborde Correctional Center.
When did you do those?
It was in my paperwork that I sent to the parole board once before. In November of 2010, I did complete them. No, I was a facilitator here also for 3 years after I completed all 4 phases. I was trying to take phase 5 of that.
All right, I'm not saying it's not done. I'm just trying to see if there's any verification because I wasn't able to find it. And that's all the questions I had for you. Ms. Stapleton?
Well, just what Mr. Barra said, but prior, just before that in California in 1988, and then you continued on in New Orleans in 1983, you were again, it was rape, assault with a deadly weapon, and unlawful sexual intercourse, of which you pled to the unlawful sexual intercourse, and you were placed on probation. And then you come to New Orleans and there again, forcible rape and attempted murder. So, while you were out before you got into prison, those were very strong, those were total crimes of violence and rape, one right after another, almost like a serial rapist, would you think? They were all strangers to you, right? Crimes of opportunity, I guess, for you.
Yes,
Yeah. Have you thought about that?
yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you thought about how you would overcome that, I don't know, desire to kill and rape? Because really, you could have killed these women.
Yes, ma'am. I've changed myself. I've had a lot of people support me. A lot of people help me. I've went through the classes. That's why I tried to get in phase 5.
Huh?
Ma'am,
It's phase 5 of a sex offender treatment program.
yes,
That's to be a mentor.
yes, ma'am.
Well, that's a little bit different from what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about prevention.
I wouldn't, okay.
Oh. All right, you completed, all right, it says here that you completed your sex offender treatment in 2010. So thank y'all for looking that up. We really appreciate it. So anyway, let me ask you something. As far as I can see, you've been sentenced to, is it 112 years total for all of this, or 125 years? Huh?
50 years, ma'am.
Well, 40 plus 10 plus 50 is what I showed, plus 25, what is that?
Concurrent.
Concurrent. Oh, okay, but separate crimes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so separate crimes, a 40-year sentence, a 10-year sentence, 50-year sentence, concurrent, not consecutive, and then another 25-year sentence for another crime. And if they were consecutive, it would be 125 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, now I got it straight in my head. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't have any questions.
Question.
Ready to vote?
Yes. Mr. Coffey, I have no choice but to vote to deny parole today, being your third offender with 3 convictions for sex crimes, violent nature of all the crimes, the strong law enforcement opposition, noting that you haven't served half of your sentence yet by the Baton Rouge District Attorney, and extremely poor supervision record. So that's my vote today to deny.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with everything Mr. Bauer said.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, I concur with that also. As of today, your parole has been denied. The time is 1:58. That's the end of the hearing.
He did do it. It's Melissa can see it on there.
He did.
The risk-
So
the risk
when it
management.
says that, and it has
Good afternoon. Are you Eddie DARANDER?
Yes, sir.
Am I saying that right?
Eddie DARANDER.
DARANDER, okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Steve Prater, and I'm the chairman today for our parole hearings. And on my left is Carolyn Stapleton. On my right is Danny Barra. And we're in Baton Rouge. And of course, for purposes of the recording, we know where you are. You're at Raymond LaBorde. Couldn't think of it. And Warden, thank you again for having us there. Eddie, the way we're going to do this is we're going to give you a chance to tell us why you feel like that you are entitled to an early release parole today, and see if you can convince the board of that. Then we're going to ask the warden to tell us what kind of fellow you've been in jail, and then we're going to move on to 3 people that want to speak in opposition of that. So having said all that, then we'll ask questions and we'll make the determination of your parole eligibility today. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and tell us now, why should we even consider letting you out of jail and on a parole?
Well, God's changed a lot. The Lord has changed me a lot. I got started going to church and got help, and he helped me change. And some of that stuff that I took up the AA and the other stuff.
Okay.
Victim impact. I use that on the street, help the community.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Is that all you got to say?
That's so right now.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Warden, tell us about this fellow. What kind of record does he have since he's been institutionalized?
Well, Mr. Prater, since he's been incarcerated, he's only had 4 disciplinary reports. One of them was expunged, due to good behavior. So really his last disciplinary report was in 2010, going on 15 years ago. He's taken a lot of classes, risk management, living in balance, the substance abuse programming, anger management, victim impact. He's a Strive member, which is my honor program here. He's obtained his GED, so he's done a lot of good things while he's been incarcerated. And as always, my sympathies to the victims. I hope they understand that I speak for what the inmate has done while he's been here. He's tried to take the appropriate things to hopefully change his life.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that, Warden. We'll move straight on to the opposition, victim opposition. And we have the victim's sister, victim's brother, and victim's sister, all 3. Sandari Bell, victim's sister, would you talk to us, please? Joining us on Zoom.
Yes, my name's Sandra Bell, and I'm opposed to Eddie getting out because he took a life of my sister, who to this day is missed because of the type of person she was. Everyone who knew Evelyn loved Evelyn, even the little kids who loved her. I don't think he needs to get out. I think he needs to go ahead and spend 85% of his time incarcerated.
Okay, thank you for that. We appreciate that. Ricky Taplin, would you tell us what's on your mind today?
As a family, we spend a lot of time every weekend. We do something as a family, and we missing my sister. I think, she had kids, she got grandkids, great grandkids that would never know her because he took her life. And I think he should do the time that was gave to him because he took it. She was very beautiful. She was a nice lady. Everybody loved her. And he took her life. So he need to do his time. That's the way I feel about it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Now, Rita Butler, would you give us your thoughts? What's on your mind?
Yes, I think he should stay. Yeah, I think he should spend the rest of his time in there. Because when he left her in there dead, he left her for 7 hours to go where, I don't know, and come back. And then call the police again, asking why haven't they picked up the body, because he wasn't there to open the door. So yes, I think he should stay there. We miss her, we miss her, that beautiful smile she had, deep dimples, we miss her.
Okay. Well, I can tell y'all we're a close family, and I'm sorry that you're having to go through this again, have to relive these things every so often. And also with us for purpose of the record is, pardon me for the name, Gerard Rove. That's the victim's brother, and he's here, and just wanted to say, yes, sir, we acknowledge you being there.
Okay, excuse me, that's the son.
Okay, my chart is here wrong, and but that's okay. I'm sorry to have misidentified you, but I know it's been very difficult for all of you to lose a loved one like that. And I appreciate y'all getting together. Appreciate you having to relive this and tell us your feelings, and we take those to heart. We take them very, very seriously. I promise you that. All right, having heard that, let's turn it over to Ms. Stapleton, who I believe is the lead questioner on this particular case.
Yes, sir. Why don't you tell me what happened in your words?
Well, I was on drugs, and I was trying to get some money. And the heated argument we got into a heated argument. And that's what happened. I stabbed by accident.
Wait a minute, you said you stabbed her by accident?
Yeah.
How did you pick up the knife by accident?
I don't know how, I was full of them drugs.
And so then what did you do? You stabbed her, and then what did you do next?
I called 911 at first, but something at the door locked accidentally. The door locked accidentally.
Okay.
Thought it was unlocked, I had left it unlocked. I was outside.
She was still alive though at that time, is that correct? She was still alive?
Yes, she's still alive.
Yeah. And so then you left for a while, they say 5 or 6 hours, whatever it was, and then you came back and she was still there, so then you called again, is that correct?
Yeah,
and then did you tell police you did it, or did you tell them you don't know how it happened?
I told them I did.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. The subject has a criminal history that includes simple burglary, simple escape, second-degree murder. The murder is what we're talking about here, and it was pled down to manslaughter for you, in which the subject pled guilty to the lesser offense of manslaughter. The subject's daughter is not opposed to her father being granted parole. The East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office presiding judge and did not provide a current statement relative to the investigation. The DA's office and the Baton Rouge City Police, though, are opposed. And Ms. Barbera, she sent a statement. She's from the district attorney's office here. The offender was allowed to plead guilty to manslaughter in lieu of potentially spending the rest of his life in prison for killing his wife. We also agreed to waive the habitual offender adjudication. Under these circumstances, we believe he should serve significantly more time than 23 years of a 40-year sentence before being released on parole. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Any questions? No. I don't have any. Ms. Stapleton, you lead the charge on the voting.
Okay, today I vote to deny you. You've not served enough time on a very violent, heinous crime, and you need to serve more time. Oh, and I should say, I'm sorry, and law enforcement opposition and family opposition. You have both of those.
Okay.
I concur for the exact same reasons.
Okay, I concur for the same reasons. As of today, your parole has been denied. The time is 2:17. It's the end of the hearing. All right. Are you Mr. Stephen Reames?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Reames, my name is Steve Prater. I'm the chairman of the board today that we're going to be hearing your case on your parole request. To my right is Danny Barra. To my left is Carolyn Stapleton. We're in Baton Rouge, and the time is 2:25, and the date is December the 5th of 2024. Of course, you know that you're a Raymond board. You know that, but I'm saying that for purposes of the record. We will conduct this hearing is that we're going to let you say what you want to say as far as why you feel like that you should be released early. Then we're going to hear from the warden as far as how you've been since you've been incarcerated. And then we're going to hear from David Hebert, who is a friend of yours. He wants to speak to us on Zoom. Then we as a panel will ask you questions, and then we'll make a determination. Do you understand how it's going to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead. Now's your shot to tell us just exactly why do you feel like you should be released early?
Well, sir, when I realized what I had done and I no longer wanted to live that way anymore, I went to my priest and I let him know what I had done. And then from there, he recommended me to go see a counselor. And I was going to a counselor on the street and letting her know what was going on. And then I contacted Child Protective Service. She recommended that I contact Child Protective Services and let them know everything that I'd done and that. So I wanted to bring it to light of what I had done so I could make a change and do the right thing, bring it to the light. And since then, so when I went into parish, I got into programs and that. I didn't allow the change to stop there. I continued on. When I got here to Raymond board, I continued in the programs and wanting to continue on the change that I started even before I came to prison. And that's what I've continued to do for the last 20-something years through classes and vocational training to become a better man and to not do that again. And I allow myself to make a terrible mistake in which I'll never do again. And for that, I'm tremendously sorrowful for, and I thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir, for that. I know that's difficult to go over. Warden, what kind of fella has he been since he's been there?
Well, Mr. Prater, there's a lot I can say about Stephen. He's, I as always, condolences and sympathies to the victims and the families. That's not the man that I know. He's one of the hardest working inmates I've ever seen around. He's probably the best welder in the state of Louisiana. I'm not gonna lie to you. Everybody in the world reaches out to me if they want a barbecue pit or a fire pit built because he's just that good. And so he would definitely not have a problem getting a job. He's, as he said, he's taken every class that you can imagine, all the sex offender programming. He's actually a facilitator in that programming, which very few accomplish, so he helps others in that. He's taken all the victim impacts at the cage you raised, living balance. He participated in my Boys to Men program and accomplished that. And, I recently opened up what I call an honor cottage here, which is a little housing unit I built for 20 inmates, 20 of my most trusted inmates and the hardest working inmates here. And he was one of the first 20 that I put in there. It's a climate control, the only climate controlled housing unit I have here. And it's an honor house basically. And he's one of the inmates, he's one of the 20 inmates that live in there. Again, I'm not taking anything away from the crime that he committed. I understand it's a terrible thing, and I think he does too. Many conversations I've had with him, I think he knows that, if what he told me is the truth, it's not my job to look into the record and those things, but if what he's telling me the truth, that he self-reported it, well, I think that's, that's something that not a lot do, but that's, again, that may not be exactly.
you know, as far as the man in here, he's a hard worker and he does a great job. I'd like to think it's something that would never happen again.
Thank you, Warden. Appreciate that. We'll take those words into consideration also. Now we'll hear from David Hebert. If I'm saying that right, that name right, he's a friend that's coming in on Zoom for us. Yes, sir, Mr. Hebert.
Yes, I was just wanting to say that I believe that, you know, he's made a lot of changes in his life, and he is very sorrowful for what he's done. He actually is a very good friend that we were actually going to try to have if he was able to be released to come here, but we're in a different state now, so I know that's not possible. But I do know that he's learned a lot of things, and he wouldn't be a threat to nobody in society. He's actually had a very serious change of heart, and he knew when he done wrong that he turned himself in. And I'm just here to let him know that I still stand behind him. I used to get to see him often, but now that my parents are not in good health, I don't get to see him too much. But I still try to keep up with him and make sure everything's going good. And I just believe that, you know, he, like I said, I would guarantee he wouldn't hurt anybody else. And that's all I wanted to say. Just that I'm here for him.
Okay. Well, thank you. You're a good friend, and we appreciate your time coming to give us your thoughts on that. Okay, now is the time that the board gets a chance to ask some questions. I'm the lead questioner on this particular case. Mr. Reames, did you, what were you originally charged with?
Aggravated rape.
And you pled guilty to?
Forcible.
Forcible rape. Okay, and your sentence was a 25-year sentence, correct?
Sir.
Okay, and we wouldn't have known any of this was going on had you not self-reported. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any contact with your daughter?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. The sheriff wrote a letter. I've never seen Sheriff Champagne write a letter, but he wrote a letter opposed to it. And that's all the questions I have. Ms. Stapleton?
You know, I also see that you have the two sentencing judges. They both are in opposition, and then the Boyles and Catahoula DAs are in opposition also. And then you got the law enforcement and Sheriff Champagne.
Is that all you got?
That's it.
Okay, Mr. Barra?
No questions.
Okay, it's up to me to be the one to begin the balloting. And Mr. Reames, you seem like a great guy. You've done everything that's been asked of you. So the question is, when is enough enough? And on a case when you have a child that's been molested like that, I know enough is hard to determine. I appreciate the fact that you've self-reported. I appreciate everything you've done, and I appreciate sincerely the comments of what the warden said. But having taken a plea to a lesser charge and having a 25-year sentence, I think that today I'm going to vote to deny your parole. Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater. I vote to deny.
My vote don't count, but I'll concur. Okay, same reason.
All right, I'm sorry to tell you, but your parole has been denied today, but I don't know how to encourage you, but I think you're a good guy and doing good and doing the best you can do, and regretful for what happened, but at this stage, my conscience won't let me allow you to be paroled out. That'll conclude this hearing at 2:38, and we're gonna sign off from Raymond Board, and we appreciate, Warden, everything that you do for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Merry Christmas.
Yes.